Ladies and gentlemen, we're back in court. Because of the non-standard flow of this case, we're not going straight into investigation. We had our day one court, and then we had our day two investigation. We just skipped over day one investigation, so what's that going to do to the pace? We'll see. Wow. No preamble, just court is now in session. All rise! I suppose we should reconvene the trial of Solomon Starbuck, or something.
Objection!
Your Honor, could you please come out from under your bench? By the way, hello James, hello AQ. Hope everyone had a Merry Christmas. Hope you got everything you wanted, including time spent with your loved ones. Some statements made you go hold up. Well, I'm sure that when we move on with the court case, that we'll know what you know. Let's see. There are no more bombs, I promise.
Oh, yes, my apologies. I'm still a little jumpy when it comes to trials involving bombs. I mean, first the courtroom exploded. And then Mr. Tenate self-destructed.
I guess that's one way of describing what happened to Tenate.
Anyways, it seems that Mr. Justice was seriously wounded by Mr. Tenate's actions. So you, Mr. Wright, will be taking up the defense? Do you have an understanding of what has happened in the trial so far?
Yes, Your Honor. The defense is ready.
Very well. Is the prosecution also ready?
Alright. We've had Blackwell run Apollo through the ringer. We've had him run Athena through the ringer. Now it's time for him to lay his sword on Phoenix. On
Right, Dono. I take it you'd like me to give the opening statement this time.
Looks like the judge has become a pretty good mind reader. Well, he's certainly seen more than his fair share of colorful prosecutors. You could say he's something of a veteran of sorts.
Let's see. In the previous part of this trial, we learned that the victim, Clay Terran, escaped from Launchpad 1 carrying the defendant, Solomon Starbuck. There were explosions on the second floor of the Space Center and on the rocket itself. The two astronauts used the Launchpad 1 corridor to reach the boarding lounge. And how could the victim climb down the ladder if he was carrying the defendant? That was the mystery that needed to be solved. But Mr. Justice proved that the victim was killed in the boarding lounge. Prosecutor Blackwell, were you able to discover any new facts related to this point?
Upon further investigation, we discovered an oxygen tank fragment in the lounge. You mean we found it? Surprisingly, it would appear that Justice Dono's argument was correct. So, that means the testimonies of the first two people on this scene are suspect. There were two people who claimed to be first on the scene, but can we truly trust their statements? Let's see. The two people were Detective Candace Arm and Candace Arm. Can disarm. I get it now. Phoenix has taken whip strikes and scalding hot coffee thrown at him. He'll be fine. You're absolutely right. Let's not forget the toupee. The most traumatizing and overpowered attack in all of Ace Attorney. And Yuri Cosmos, right? You think that one of them might have given a false statement to the police? Yes, it's certainly possible, you might have to do a little more digging. And just as our team was about to cross-examine Detective Arm, the courtroom bombing incident occurred, and the trial was put on hold.
That accursed fellow! He killed my witness! He killed Detective Arm!
He definitely put the kibosh on anyone asking her about what she saw.
Exactly! In other words, the question of who killed the victim in the boarding lounge has, once again, become the main focus of this trial.
And it's obvious Prosecutor Blackwell still thinks it was Mr. Starbuck. Fulbright said that Blackwell has a thing against the astronauts. Nevertheless...
Huh. The defense argues that there was a third person in the lounge, and that's who killed the victim.
Objection!
Huh. To make such reckless claims in a courtroom takes a bold man.
Wait for it, baby!
Or a stupid one. There was no third person in the boarding lounge. Or have you gone dotty already, old man?
Objection!
We'll see who's the dotard after I trounce you with my years of experience, little boy. Hold on a second. Let's see the ages here. So, Simon Blackwell's only 28, okay. Wait, Phoenix doesn't have himself on record? How old is Phoenix in Spirit of Justice? In any case, Mr. Starbuck claims he saw someone leaving the lounge. Hold on a second. Phoenix, right age. .34 in Dual Destinies. Oh, yeah. In internet years, a six-year age gap is tremendous. Furthermore, a Space Center employee who saw also a suspicious figure at the scene.
They saw a third person?
Hey there, Matthew. A perfect parry. Yep. Remember, Phoenix Wright was kind of full of himself before he got disbarred. And to be completely honest, he was slapping Clavier around up until the false evidence got him. Anything above 23 is elderly? Well, great. Remind me not to look at that portrait of myself that I keep in my basement.
They saw a third person? I see my sister has been running her mouth.
That's right. I almost forgot that Aura is Prosecutor Blackwell's sister.
No matter. She didn't see this mystery person's face clearly. Therefore, there's no evidence to indicate that this person was not the defendant.
I guess the possibility that the figure was Mr. Starbuck is still there.
In brief, we need to determine if a third person was there or not. To this end, we should hear the testimony of one of the first people on the scene.
Director Cosmos, huh?
Very well. Bailiff, please bring the witness to the stand. I believe I've seen you before in the newspapers. Of course you have. Of course you have. For I am Yuri Cosmos, director of the Cosmos Space Center, which was the course named after me, Yuri Cosmos. Pause for dramatic effect. Don't you have anything you wish to ask me?
Looks like he's all geared up to do some bragging.
7 years ago, I successfully launched the Hat 1 and... Everyone already knows how brilliant you are. Even I am trying to hold back my tears at seeing such a great man standing before me.
Look at Professor Blackwell throwing out that butter.
So, could you please proceed directly to your important testimony? I see this fine young lad as a proper appreciation of greatness. Then allow me to begin my epical testimony that will be recorded in the annals of history.
That speech of Prosecutor Blackwell's just now. It sounded more to me like he was poking fun at Director Cosmos. It's probably for the best that it sailed right over the director's head.
Now then, Director Cosmos, the condensed version of your illustrious testimony, please.
Okay, so this is going to be tricky for me. This is the first time in a while that I've gone straight into the trial, and so I've got like 2-3 days worth of not playing the game to catch up on.
Detective Arm and I rushed toward the boarding lounge together. We went via the control room and peeked in from there to see what was going on inside. We saw a figure standing in the middle of the lounge and Taryn lying on the floor. I hate to say it, but I can only imagine the standing figure must have been Starbuck. I see. So in your testimony you claim you arrived on the scene after the two had escaped from the launch pad to the lounge, and just after the victim had been killed. Oh, the horror! The humanity! But what I said is what I saw, and what I saw is what I said. Courageous action to take in the face of such terrifying explosions, wouldn't you say? To save my men, I went personally in the epicenter of danger, risking my own life for theirs. I'm so good.
I wonder if this man... So, do we know for a fact that he was on the scene? Or does he only claim to have been on the scene? Because if he only claims to have been on the scene, maybe this is a repeated case of Starbuck, who only wanted to make himself look better. You are not wrong. You just got home from visiting friends and family. Tomorrow is one last day to visit friends. Indeed. I'll be visiting with family, where we're kind of just kind of making the most out of every single weekend during this period of being off from work. Because I had 2 days last week. I've got 2 days in the following week. And it's going to be a good time. Well, what do you know? It sounds like the director really cares about his men. Yeah. Well, it sounds more like he was scared and just had a peek from far away.
Is the defense ready to cross-examine the witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Director Cosmos' testimony is pretty vague. Gonna have to press him and draw more information before I do anything else.
Cross-examine that man.
Alright, so you rush toward the boarding lounge together. Where were you coming from?
The 6th floor. We were making sure any stragglers made their way to the 4th floor. It was then we heard about Starbuck and Terran and hurried to the 3rd floor lounge. On my galactic scooter here, of course.
Why do you keep calling it galactic? Does it have anything to do with space?
Of course! It's specifically designed to be used on galactic battleships.
I see. Then I take it works in 0G too.
Sadly, no. With the current state of technology as it is, I'm afraid it would just float about and be galactically useless.
Well, that's a galactic bummer.
I see. So you rushed to the boarding lounge on your space-age pogo stick. And when you got to the scene, what did you see?
Went via the control room and peeked in from there to see what was going on inside. Let's see. According to this diagram, you didn't have to go through the control room to get to boarding level 1. It looks like you could have gone there from the southern corridor as well.
Yes, but in her haste, Detective Arm rushed ahead of me towards the control room. All I could do was merely follow behind her.
I see.
So we picked into the boarding lounge to the control room door, and we saw a figure standing in the middle of the lounge, and Taryn lying on the floor.
So you couldn't see who the figure was clearly or what they were doing?
Suddenly, the only thing I could tell was that it was a person standing motionless.
The motionlessness might come into play. Doing anything fun for New Year's? Man. We're gonna make ourselves a New Year's pizza. We usually have a platter of crackers, meat, and cheese, and we decided, what if the cracker was a big thing of dough, and the meat and cheese was on the big thing of dough with sauce, and then we're gonna add things like mushrooms and olives and artichoke hearts and pepperoni, obviously. It's gonna be good. And we'll have a couple of other snacky type things as well. Not gonna beat out last year. Last year, New Year's fell on Tuesday, so we had ourselves a Taco Tuesday, and I ordered Taco Bell. So we had Taco Bell and champagne while watching the ball drop. It certainly wasn't the most high class, but it certainly was a memorable New Year's. Pineapple? Say pineapple? Hey, there's still time. I might run out and get some sliced pineapples to put on there. You will fight for a wine-style pizza? My man. The defendant, no doubt, staring aghast at his deed. What other explanation is there? Ugh, I'm so close, without evidence, I can't prove that person's the third party.
I don't relish in this, and I hate to say it, but I can only imagine the standing figure must have been Starbuck.
Laura Blackwell also saw a suspicious figure in the lounge, but she gave the statement that it was too dark to see the person's face clearly. Did you see this figure's face clearly?
No, not clearly. The lighter they were holding illuminated the area around their feet at the time.
Around their feet? Aura said that it was around they were holding it.
Other than that, I could see it close. That's why I could see Taryn, but I couldn't see who the other person was.
So for all you know, it might not have been Mr. Starbuck, is that correct?
I would like to believe that. Starbuck isn't the type of man who is capable of murder.
When the witness entered the boarding lounge, there was no third person there.
Huh.
Isn't that correct, Great Space Center Director?
Yes, that's right. Only Starbuck and Taryn were there by that time. After we peeked in, the lounge suddenly went dark and the figure vanished.
Was the figure a hologram, perhaps? You mean they disappeared? That's odd.
Objection!
The reason the figure appeared to vanish is because it was the defendant. When the witnesses weren't looking, he fell to the floor and feigned unconsciousness. I agree. Is that illegal? Doesn't sound like it. Damn. Whenever you get your time off, you're gonna earn it. Hold on, Director Cosmos. Did you ever take your eyes off the scene?
Just for a brief instant. About as long as it takes for a shooting star to go by.
If you took your eyes off the scene, then this third person could have escaped during that time.
But what escape route could this person have used?
The direction opposite the control room, the southern door to the elevators. There's no security lock on that door, so it would have been possible to escape that way.
All things are possible, right, Dono? The real question is, do you have any proof?
Well...
Huh. If we're just talking possibilities, we could profess whatever we'd like. An inmate who used to be a university professor and lunar researcher used to say that there is a kingdom of little green men who live under the surface of the moon.
As long as you don't punish us in the name of said moon for what we've done to it. Sailor Moon reference. I'm surprised that Dual Destinies hasn't been hit with the hammer of the law because they were in the same vicinity as Sailor Moon. They didn't get punch-outed.
But I say, where's your proof that this quaint kingdom exists?
He's calling your theory of work of fiction, boss. And he's right. I don't have any proof yet still. The southern door was a possible escape route. I better make a mental note of that. Director Cosmos, may I ask you a question?
Yes!
Why did you look away from the boarding lounge?
Ha ha ha! There's actually another tale of bravery behind the answer to that. When it was Detective Arm saw the figure and when Detective Arm saw the figure and raised her gun. Being a great humanitarian and protector of mankind, I tried to stop her.
What? You're saying Detective Arm raised her gun as soon as she saw the figure?
Imagine her instincts as a detective told her they were the killer.
Yeah there, Flair. You haven't played as much Trails from Zero as you like. The spoiler-free guide you're following is loaded on your phone, and that's busy running the 90++ node of the Santa Nemo event. Oh man, that was a time when I ran farming nodes. It was such an amazing feeling to just turn on the hose of resources and let it wash all over me. And just whenever I got a new servant, boom, 100% capability, if I wanted them to be up to capacity. Most of the servants I got, I just wanted as centerpieces. And it was fun. It was good. I liked it. Phoenix doesn't know about that. And were you able to prevent Detective Arm from firing her gun?
I'm afraid I was too late. I wasn't able to stop her. She identified herself clearly, and then she fired 2 warning shots at the shadowy figure. This information about Detective Arm's actions sounds critically important. Please add it to your testimony. Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots at the figure.
Alright, what can we press from that one? And neither of those 2 shots hit the culprit.
That is correct. The detective appears to have missed on purpose.
But did she really? There's something about this that bothers me. So Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots, did she? That's the first time that info has come out. Wonder if I can find any inconsistencies. Alright, let's see. So she fired 2 warning shots at the figure. And let me see, so... we have this bullet over here. It was discovered in the gutter that runs along the south wall of the boarding lounge. It was fired from a 10 caliber handgun. A single bullet hole was found in the boarding lounge. The bullet itself is missing. So I'm guessing the inconsistency is that there was a single bullet hole. So, Let's see if that is what we are looking for.
Objection!
A single bullet hole, huh? Are you sure you were really paying attention to what Detective Arm was doing?
You doubt my words, or they will someday be written down in history books! Vroom, vroom!
Oh no, he's gonna scoot into me. Then again, Phoenix might actually have a twitch reflex when it comes to wheeled vehicles coming at him. Somehow, I don't think those exact words will ever be written down in any history books.
Mr. Wright, could you please explain yourself so that we can all understand?
You say that Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots, and yet only 1 bullet hole was ever found at the scene.
What?
Only 1 bullet hole means the gun was only fired once, and yet Director Cosmos is saying Detective Arm fired 2 shots. No editor would allow such a glaring contradiction into a history book.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, the witness's words are true. We confirmed that 2 shots were fired from Detective Arm's gun.
Objection!
But there was only 1 bullet hole at the scene. Where did the other bullet hole vanish to? I compel you with my waggling finger. Ah! Let the man speak, baby! You should know the answer to that already. I should? During the previous trial, a certain oxygen tank was presented as evidence. We've already discussed that it was ruptured in the lounge, have we not? Well, it appears that the thing that ruptured it was a bullet. A bullet that was found near the tank, to be precise. This bullet was fired from a .38 caliber gun, the same caliber as the detective's gun. What? A .38 caliber too. So then, where'd that 10 caliber come from? The rifling marks also match up. There's no question that the bullet was fired from the Detective Arm's gun. Bullet found in the victim's oxygen tank was fired from a .38 caliber handgun. But wasn't that a 10 caliber...
Rifling marks. They're like a gun's fingerprint on a bullet, correct? And examining the rifling marks on the bullet can tell us the gun it was fired from.
One of the bullets the detective fired found its way into the holographic image display. The other bullet came to a stop near the victim's oxygen tank. The evidence confirms the director's statement that the detective fired 2 shots. My beautiful contradiction. Gone, all gone. So, that bullet hole was from a .38 caliber, huh? I had better update the record. Well, all traces of that 10 caliber are now... gone.
Very good. Now we know the fate of both of the shots Detective Arm fired. Mr. Wright, does that clear up all of your questions?
Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots. One hit the holographic display and the other hit the oxygen tank. Does that really clear up everything about what happened at the scene? I mean... let's see. I'm kind of at a fork here. No, it doesn't. No, Your Honor, it doesn't. The 10 cal bullet is way smaller than a standard handgun. It'd have to come from a custom-built gun. Do we still have any evidence of the 10 caliber? Because it seems like... yeah, here it is. So, yeah, there is another 10 caliber. Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots from a .38 caliber gun, but that doesn't explain the existence of a certain piece of evidence found at the scene. A piece that points to the existence of a third person. Oh?
Very well, but it won't do to keep us waiting, Mr. Wright. What piece of evidence suggests the possibility of a third person at the scene?
Take that.
And what is this metal pellet supposed to be?
Yes, a little something of great importance we found at the crime scene, Your Honor.
You found it where?
In a floor gutter at the crime scene. It looks like the police and prosecution both missed it. Furthermore, this is a 10 caliber bullet, making it much smaller than one of Detective Arm's 38 calibers.
Then that means...
Exactly. One more person must have been there in the lounge. A third person who had a gun that could fire 10 caliber bullets. No damage animation for Yuri Cosmos. He's got the angry animation, but nothing that has him reeling back. And if that's true, it explains why Detective Arm fired warning shots. This person fired at Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with their gun. In return, the detective fired her warning shots. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmos?
Oh, looks like you've deduced my miraculous tale of survival. Yes, you're absolutely correct. The mystery person fired upon us. What's this now?
Yeah, very glaring omission.
What? You never breathed a word of any of this to me before. Oh, well, all great men have a secret or two, don't you know? Tch, foolish old geezer.
So, Director Cosmos really has been hiding the presence of a third person all along. Director Cosmos, I want you to testify to the court about what you really saw.
You may be a very great man, but in my courtroom, you are just another witness. You won't receive special treatment here. Now, please give accurate testimony.
Here we go. What he really saw at the scene. And then his third testimony is going to be what he really, really saw at the scene. Let's see who disturbs my slumber. Lots of fun stuff.
Detective Arm and I rushed to the control room together. In the lounge, we saw a figure standing in the middle of the room and Terran on the floor. We were still in the courtroom to the east when the figure fired at us. Given that there was no third person in the lounge when the witness entered it, does this mean the person who fired the gun had to have been the defendant?
Not necessarily. It's still possible that it was someone else. Most likely, as soon as Detective Arm and Director Cosmos discovered this person, they escaped through the southern door, the one that didn't have a security lock.
Objection!
Double-edged swords are a tricky lot. Mishandle one, and it is you who is cut down. Nani? Your reasoning could apply if Spaceboy were the killer as well. Think about it. After being discovered, he could have fired the 10 caliber gun. Detective Arm would have responded by firing 2 warning shots. All he had to do was feign unconsciousness to invent the possibility of a third person. But Mr. Starbuck didn't have a gun in his possession when he was found by the police, nor has a gun been found at the crime scene. Its absence can only be explained if there was a third party who took it with them.
Objection!
Recall the existence of a trash chute in the boarding lounge. The defendant could have simply thrown the gun down the chute.
Objection!
You can't deny the possibility of a third person leaving with the weapon.
Objection!
It's up to you to prove that possibility. And I trust you haven't forgotten my little piece of decisive evidence. What evidence? Why, the detonator switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, naturally. The most compelling evidence of all that tells us he is the culprit. I did forget about all that. Look, your baldness, how deliciously obvious it is that they lack the evidence to rival mine. Wow, he sliced our third-person theory to ribbons and served it to us just like that.
Yes, well, I have a question of my own, actually. That bullet that the mysterious figure shot, what did it hit exactly? It hit me. So, does that mean you're a ghost?
I was wondering when you'd realize it, your baldness. Director Cosmos is an authentic, bona fide ghost. He can even pass through walls.
Oh!
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, shame on you for teasing the nice old gentleman. Huh. Your baldness. It was all in jest. Please show yourself again.
Are you sure? In that case, how did you manage to survive being shot, Director Cosmos? Ha! I'm glad you asked. It was a miracle befitting a great history-making figure such as myself. The bullet hit my glorious Medal of Honor, whereby it ricocheted, thus saving my life. Nani?
That's unbelievable. I have to check this out. Oh, wow. Look at that. There's one extra Gyaxa star. The odds are literally astronomical. I guess it really was a miracle. Hold on a second. Well, it's beginning to really feel like the Cosmos is watching out for Director Cosmos.
But why did you conceal this information, Dr. Cosmos? A great man such as myself has to hide things on occasion, no matter how much it hurts. It is the plight of the truly great. It may be hard for this generation to understand.
I don't know. It sounds fishy to me. What else is he hiding? Let's just cross-examine him and see what we can find out.
Now then, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. What I really saw at the scene.
Alright, so Detective Arm and I rushed to the control room together. In the lounge, we saw a figure standing in the middle of the room and Taryn on the floor. We were still in the control room to the east when the figure fired at us. The control room to the east. Oh, let's get pressing. We've already heard about that part. Don't you have any new information?
Well, let me see. If you have an hour or two, I could tell you all about the Hat 1 miracle.
We already know all about that too. Tell us about something related to this incident.
I see. You want to know about incidents. Well then, let me tell you about the many incidents that made me the man I am today. Yes, if you have the time, I will tell you all about the unbreaking of this great man.
You've told us all about that already as well. What we need now is your testimony. Why did I press this statement?
Did I already tell you about my upbringing? I don't recall doing so. Director Cosmos, perhaps you could save your boastful tales for later. If I must, well, we peeked in through the control door and... In the lounge, we saw a figure standing in the middle of the room and Terran on the floor.
It was so dark, you couldn't see this figure's face, is that right? Fortunately for the director, a bullet fired from a gun that small likely wouldn't have had a lot of penetrating power, unless it was the MIB Cricket or something like that. That'd be amazing to have.
Yes, the room was as deep and dark as outer space itself. Speaking of outer space, during the Hat 1 launch 7 years ago...
If it's about that Hat 1 miracle again, you can saw it off and tell it to a stray mutt!
Ha ha ha! Excellent idea! No reason why the animal shouldn't hear my greatness!
And so they shall, but first, your testimony. What happened next? You're still in the control room to the east when the figure fired at you. Okay, so you were in the control room at the east. And it was discovered in the gutter that runs along the south wall of the boarding lounge. And the boarding lounge... Do we have a... Nah. Let's press it. So in other words, you were fired at while you were at the control room door.
That is correct!
There's something not quite right about that. Director Cosmos, the bullet this person fired hit you, isn't that right?
Yes! It was a miracle! A miracle befitting a great history-making figure such as myself! The bullet figure fired hit me while I was in the control room, but as the Cosmos would have it, the bullet bounced off my glorious Medal of Honor.
In that case, the bullet should have wound up somewhere around the control room door. Okay, so Director Cosmos was in the control room to the east. While he was there, he was shot by someone with a 10 caliber gun, but the bullet hit his medal, so he was able to escape with his life. He's a very lucky man. No wonder people think he's great. Hey, I'm pretty lucky myself, so if he's a great man, then I'm king of all the cosmos. Does that make Trucy the prince of all cosmos? Is he gonna task her with creating Katamari's to replace the stars? Anyway, so this is the statement I need to press, and according to this one piece of evidence over here, it was found in a gutter that runs along the south wall of the boarding lounge. Objection! Director Cosmos, I believe you are telling this great court a glorious lie.
A great man like me tell a lie? Have you ever heard of such a thing in all of history?
My accusation is based on the positions of the people who were in the lounge. According to your testimony, you and Detective Arm were near the control room door, and the mystery figure was standing in the middle of the boarding lounge. If, as you say, the figure fired a gun at you from this position, then the bullet would have traveled in this direction. However, we found the 10 caliber bullet here.
Oh!
This trajectory and where the bullet was actually found contradict each other. Director Cosmos, where were you really when you were being shot at?
Oh no!
Oh, did you see that ghastly expression on his face? He dropped kayfabe for a second there. They asked more Trails figures the other day. They're making another male character. And another Ren. Is it the grown-up Ren that you told me about? Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the human merry-go-round.
Objection!
Ha! Don't tell me you've forgotten already. Didn't the witness himself just tell you? The bullet hit his metal. Of this, there is no mistake.
Objection!
But in that case, the bullet should have been found near the east side of the room. Are you trying to tell me that you can explain this inconsistency? Of course. I didn't think so. What? Oh, great Director Cosmos.
Yes? Is there something you'd like me to expound upon?
You were in fact not in the control room to the east, were you? You were looking into the lounge from the door to the south. Is that... Oh. You were looking into the lounge from the door to the south. Is that not right? What are you getting at? Use your own brain. Your head must have some other use than housing that bird's nest. Bird's nest? Why does everyone pick on my hair? Because it looks like a spread set of fingers, that's why. Director Cosmos and the detective witnessed the scene from the southern door. The killer fired at them there, and that is why the bullet was found in the south. Ah, that makes some sense, actually. Also, the witness being at the southern door is rather favorable for the prosecution. Huh? I've got a bad feeling about this. How about it, Director? If you don't tell the truth this time...
Yikes! His handcuffs!
You will become but rust upon my sword. I relish the chance to cut down a great man.
Alright, I'll tell you the truth. Just put your sword away. You are correct. I, the great Yuri Cosmos, was looking into the room from the southern door.
Nani? That's the complete opposite of all the testimony is given so far. And now you've lost your possibility that a third person was in the room. I have? How? Explain. The director and the detective were near the southern door, meaning the killer couldn't have escaped through there. The western door required print recognition. The corridor beyond was filled with smoke. The only escape route left was the eastern control room door, and the only way to get through there was with Director Cosmos' fingerprints. In short, there would be no escape for any third person had there been one. Ah! My third person just disappeared, like in one of Trucy's magic tricks.
Dang those panties. Order! Order in the court! Director Cosmos, why did you tell such an outrageous lie?
You were covering for the defendant, isn't that right?
Yes. It was all for the love of my men. If I said I was in the eastern control room, it would mean the culprit could have escaped through the southern door. It would have meant that there could have been a third person. All I wanted to do was to protect Starbuck. I said I was in the control room to invent an escape route for a third person.
What a convoluted lie. Was he really covering for the defendant?
It looks like we've come to a conclusion. At the defense's argument, the possibility of a third person has crumbled.
No!
Huh. It's over.
Yikes. judge is about to hand down his verdict. Think, Phoenix, think. This is the perfect time to try and turn my thinking around. If a third person had no way of escaping the scene, then what if one of the people at the scene was the third person? Wait, what if the whole premise is all wrong? Director Cosmos said that he and the detective arm rushed the scene together. What if that premise isn't true? What if one of them reached the scene before the other one? And if that person entered the lounge, then they would be the third person.
The defendant is the only one who could have killed the victim and shot at the director. There doesn't appear to be any room for any argument against these claims. I will now render my verdict.
Please wait, Your Honor. There is still one possibility.
Oh, this had better be good, Mr. Wright.
There is one and only one person who could have escaped from the scene, and that person would be the first person who arrived on the scene. Then, upon entering the boarding lounge, the second person who arrived came via the southern door. That's why the first person fled from the room, using an escape route that was accessible only to them.
Very well. Let's hear more about this theory. Who is this one person that could escape from the boarding lounge?
It, ladies and gentlemen, hold on a sec, let me, I can't look at my evidence, but I'm pretty sure it's Yuri Cosmos.
What? But that's... Mr. Wright, what are you claiming here?
Of all the people who were at the scene, only the witness could have escaped. The director is the only one with the authority to open the control room door, after all.
But that means...
Exactly. The true identity of the third person is our current witness. Director Yuri Cosmos.
What?
What?
Order in the court, I say! Mr. Wright, you will explain yourself in more detail.
I assert that Director Cosmos arrived at the scene before Detective Arm and entered the boarding lounge alone. Detective Arm arrived after that and saw a suspicious figure who was actually Director Cosmos standing in the lounge. And that's why she fired those 2 warning shots.
I've been in on the starboard side!
Captain Wright! It's a direct hit on the enemy ship, sir! A magnificent shot!
Warning shots fired from the enemy ship! Prepare to intercept! Cosmos, you have told a lie in this court once again! I've been hit on the port side! The enemy has called in for reinforcements!
Earth, the Cosmos Control Center, requesting permission that you return to reality.
But my ship will not go down to anything less than the ultimate weapon of evidence!
But I do have evidence. In fact, you could say that your battleship bears its scar. If Director Cosmos is the third person Aura Blackquill saw. This third person fired a Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with her gun. And in return, the detective fired her warning shots. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmos?
Ha ha ha! It looks like you deduced my miraculous tale of survival! Yes, you're absolutely correct! The mystery person fired upon us!
Director Cosmos must have been the one who fired the 10 caliber gun. When Detective Arm discovered him in the lounge, it only makes sense that he would have turned and shot her. Therefore, the evidence on the director's body is of a different kind of relevance than before. Once we compare it against another piece of evidence, the mark that you received from the third party will be all the proof we need to prove that you are the one there in the lounge.
Brace for further impact!
Comparison against this piece of evidence will prove that you were the one in the lounge. What are we talking about? Well, wait. Which bullet am I presenting? If he was the one... Yeah, if he was the one who fired it... Like, am I trying to imply that the 10 caliber bullet... Yeah, the 10 caliber bullet was his. Oh, nope. I was going on the long line. Wait. Oh! We're comparing the other bullet to the mark on his, Yeah, we're comparing this to his badge, right? Yeah, that. I knew it was a bullet. Yeah, because the other bullet... We don't know what the 10 caliber bullet struck now. If we're turning this around on its head, then the 10 caliber bullet, if the director, if he fired that bullet, we don't know what it hit now. So we're gonna have to figure that out as we go. The 38 caliber bullet found on the floor at the scene didn't hit the oxygen tank. It hit Director Cosmos' metal. If we have that ricochet mark on the metal analyzed, I'm sure the caliber will match up. And if that mark proves to be from a 38 caliber bullet, it will prove that you are the third person we've been looking for.
Oh, the bridge is destroyed, losing altitude, all hands abandon ship. If that's true, then what about the bullet that hit the oxygen tank?
It was the 10 caliber bullet. Oh, that makes sense. In other words, it was the bullet fired by Yuri Cosmos. Isn't that right, Director?
No! You got it all wrong! What? The engines have started again? It's a miracle! I'm not going down yet! Witness! Stop this at once and confess to the truth!
If you don't want the history books to say that a great man was a great liar, then accept your fate and tell the truth.
Are you giving me orders? Me, the great director of the Cosmos Space Center? Gah! But the cosmos revolves around me!
The only one revolving here is you right now.
Someone get me off this thing! Order! Order in the court! And will someone please stop the witness from spinning?
Oh yeah, that's Rex. He's using his /days emote.
Whew. Thank goodness we were able to stop him from spinning off the face of the earth.
While he was twirling, I took the liberty of running an analysis on the mark on the metal. It was made by a 38 caliber bullet, matching it with the size of Detective Arm's firearm.
Are you ready to confess to the truth, witness? No, you're all wrong. This is just a misunderstanding.
Is he going to start piling on more lies? Looks like it. No matter how many lies he tells, I'll just expose them one by one. I'll make that big liar tell the truth. Oh! To be continued. There's gonna be 2 day 2 court sessions. That's interesting. Alright. Wonder why that is. Any insight onto why we have 2 court sessions in a row? I mean, right now we're only 1 hour in. Usually these court sessions go on for like 2.5, 3 hours. Why did we pause to save in the middle of one?
Director Cosmos, A new possibility has been presented by the defense. They are claiming that you were this third person. Forgive me. I'm so sorry.
So, the great pioneer of space development is revealed to be just another fabulous cur. I only have one question for the likes of you. Shall I send you off quickly or very quickly? The evidence doesn't lie, Director Cosmos, so don't try to talk your way out of this.
Fine, I'll tell the truth. It's all just as you say, Mr. Wright. It's true I was there in the boarding lounge. I got there before Detective Arm, and when she arrived, she fired warning shots at me. I was afraid people would mistake me for the killer, so I escaped the control room. I then went past the elevators and all the way around to boarding lounge 1 again. I came up behind Detective Arm and pretended to be the second on the scene.
What a troublesome old man you are, with such convoluted deeds and thoughts.
I see. So then, are you still insisting that you did not kill the victim? Of course I am. When I arrived at the lounge alone, I saw the true killer. The great Yuri Cosmos was a history-making witness.
Now hold on just one moment. We proved a few moments ago that the third person that Mr. Starbuck and Ms. Azure Blackwell saw was you.
No, it wasn't me. I saw the person as well. If I were the killer, why would I lie to cover for Starbuck? I would just leave him to take the fall.
That is an excellent point. Yep, going over the fact that he wanted to protect Starbuck. If he was the killer, he'd have no motivation to do that. Unless he covered for him as a way, he covered for him as a way to take heat off of himself, because he probably knew that Starbuck was not going to win, so he might as well score some brownie points. Well, it makes some sense if he told those lies to cover for Mr. Starbuck. Still, a lie's a lie, Athena. So Director Cosmos claims he's not the culprit, but where's the proof?
Oh, I just remembered. I have an alibi. Ms. Blackwell said she saw the killer at 10 a.m., correct?
Yes, and?
Well, I was on the 4th floor helping with the evacuation effort. Ask any member of the staff you'd like. They'll corroborate me.
The director is not fibbing to the court, for once. I confirm that he has an alibi for the time specified. So, you're claiming that Ms. Blackwell saw the killer commit the crime first at 10 a.m., and that you arrived in the lounge after that.
Yes, I believe the person I saw is the same person that Ms. Blackwell saw. Although, it was pitch black, so it was more of a shadowy figure and less of a person. I couldn't actually see their face, but it was definitely the silhouette of an Earthling.
As long as he has an alibi, we can't very well claim the Director Cosmos was the killer. No, we can't. Then again, maybe we don't need to yet. I wonder if he was really covering for Mr. Starbuck. Your Honor, the defense moves to have the director testify about the person he saw.
Very well. Director Cosmos, your testimony, please.
What's realistic? That we had a break in the middle of the case? What I really witnessed?
As I tried to enter the lounge, the true killer inside fired a gun at me. I hid to avoid getting shot, but when I tried to get another look, It vanished into thin air. I was near the elevator side door, and, well, the launch pad 1 door. And the control room door should have been shut tight to the killer.
Wait. So you were shot at by the killer as well? My man is just parrying bullets out here.
Yes! Now luckily, no harm came to my glorious body. Unfortunately, the bullet hit Terran's oxygen tank. I know because I heard a pang!
That was really loud.
That must have been the sound of the tank being ruptured.
Wait, I thought the bullet hit his metal? That was Detective Arm's bullet, remember? Right. What is this turning into? So let's see. Director Cosmos is claiming that when he found Mr. Terran and his killer, the culprit shot a 10 caliber bullet at him. Right, but actually hit Mr. Terran's oxygen tank and ruptured it. And then the killer disappeared, and the director went into the boarding lounge. When Detective Arm caught up and fired those warning shots at him, judging by his medal, looks like one of them almost took him out too. Good summary, but doesn't explain where a mystery killer went. Director Cosmos, I was wondering if you could elaborate on when the figure disappeared.
I'm ashamed to admit I tried to hide myself when I was shot at, but when I peeked back into the lounge, the real killer was gone. I rushed into the lounge straight away to investigate. What I saw was Terran with a knife in his chest and Starbuck out cold on the floor. So we have a culprit who vanished from a scene that had no escape route. Vanished without a trace. It was truly like one of the great mysteries of the cosmos.
Silence.
A riddle of the ages indeed, but I'd rather know how a fibbing leech such as you can be lauded as great.
A great man is always misunderstood in his own time, but he must remain true to himself even if those around him don't understand.
Wow, that might be the first true statement he's said all day. How do you suppose this person managed to vanish so suddenly? Simple. Because it was Spaceboy himself. When he was spotted by the director and Aura, he quickly feigned unconsciousness. That would certainly take all of the mystery out of the idea of a vanishing culprit. I want to have raised an objection, but I don't have any counter-evidence. Director Cosmos, when you saw this person, did you also see Mr. Starbuck on the floor?
No, because it was dark as a black hole in there. I didn't see Starbuck until the other person vanished and I entered the room.
Huh. That wasn't exactly helpful. Let me read that statement over again. It was dark as a black hole, you didn't see Starbuck until the other person vanished and you entered the room.
I'm prepared to accept your surrender, right, Dono?
I can't find any holes in his testimony, but I can't give up. Mr. Wright, why don't you let me help? Huh? While the director was giving his testimony, I detected a cacophony of discord. Which means he's hiding his true feelings from us, huh? This just might help us find out what happened to our vanished killer. That'd be great, Athena. Let's see what you can do with him. You got it, boss. Wouldn't want to miss this chance to delve into a great mind. Yuri Cosmos, prepare to hand over the secrets of your heart to me. Athena's a Phantom Thief now. Was this a Persona 5 crossover the entire time? Joker's crossed over into everything else. Cue some Persona 5 music. You pulled your third Kukulkan. Oh wow. Okay. Good stuff. How good is she at MP3?
As I tried to enter the lounge, the true killer inside fired a gun at me. I hid to avoid getting shot, but when I tried to get another look, they had vanished into thin air. I was near the elevator side door, and well, the launch pad 1 door.
Why are you sad about that?
And the control room door should have been shut tight to the killer.
Talk about mixed feelings. He must be trying to account for the number of contradictions. Mr. Wright, maybe this time we shouldn't try to just look for contradictory emotions. We should also look for emotions that should be there, but aren't. I guess it shouldn't be a surprise that his mind is a convoluted place too. Must have felt very shaken and distressed at the time. Let's focus on the fluctuations in emotions and see what we can uncover. Alright, you try to enter the lounge. The true killer inside fired a gun at you. You had to avoid getting shot. When you try to get another look, they vanish into thin air. You're near the elevator side door. And, well, the launchpad 1 door. Yeah, exactly. Why does that make you sad to look at the launchpad 1 door? And that's a very vague statement anyway. Is that why we haven't gotten a new Phoenix Wright game in forever? Persona 5 canceled it, like it inadvertently canceled everything else. I remember that. I remember the long... Does that still happen? Does Persona 5 keep on having collaborations with games that end service, like a year or two later? Because I remember it happened to a couple of games, like a couple of games in a row. But has there been something more recent? Correct me if I'm wrong. You seem to be afraid of the launchpad door.
The great Yuri Cosmos? Afraid? And what basis do you have for that outlandish accusation?
Whether I have any basis or not, you seem quite distressed by it.
I most certainly am not.
Rector Cosmos, there's something about the launchpad door you're not telling us, isn't there?
Go! Go!
Wow, he's speechless. Looks like you hit the nail on the head, boss. It's working, boss. One more punch and it'll be a knockout. Okay, all of a sudden we're punch out. There seems to be one more emotion that's at odds with this testimony. Go get him. Okay, back in the Matrix it is. Time to pinpoint our way to victory. So she said contradictory emotions and emotions that should be there. So as you tried to enter the lounge, a true killer inside fired a gun at you. You had to avoid getting shot. But when you get another look, they had vanished into thin air. You were near the elevator side door, the launchpad 1 door, and the control room door should have been shut tight to the killer. What do you mean by it should have been? Is there a missing emotion here? And which one? The control room door should have been shut tight to the killer. So, which emotion are you lacking? Sad. So, you're not worried about the door. Is it anger? Are you missing anger? Nope. Sounds like no. Really isn't anything strange here. You don't know, but you think maybe we made a mistake. Alright, I'll give it another try. Is it an unexpected emotion? So that's the unexpected emotion. So that's the expected emotion. You're near the elevator side door. Well, Maybe there should have been one here. They vanished into thin air, which should have been something surprising. Okay, there we go. Hey, I did it. Yep, pick that up. You couldn't tell me the only gacha games you follow are FGO and Guardian Tales, and Guardian Tales has entered the slow phase. When you say a slow phase, you mean, like, as a matter of a cycle? Or this is just an unusually slow time for Guardian Tales? You must have thought it was very strange that the killer vanished into thin air.
I did! That kind of thing just doesn't happen usually.
And yet at that time, you barely registered any shock at the occurrence.
What? Where are you?
I can only think of one reason as to why you weren't surprised by the killer's vanishing act. You must have had a good idea of where they went. Isn't that right?
What? No, of course not. That's preposterous. Only I can enter the control room. And the area behind the launchpad door was filled with smoke, making it impassable. As for the southern door, I was standing right there. So there was nowhere for the killer to run to.
Maybe, or maybe not. You went into the room to check on Mr. Starbuck and Mr. Taryn, yes? What if the culprit took that opportunity to silently slip out through the southern door?
I highly doubt that. As you recall, right after I entered the lounge, Detective Arm came rushing towards it herself via the southern hallway. Anyone trying to escape through there would have been caught by her.
And yet, the director wasn't surprised the killer vanished. So you're absolutely sure there was no escape route for the culprit to use? I'll just input those two pieces of data and... yes! Just what I wanted to see. Noise level down to 70. Presto changeo! Less discord! Looks like we're on the right track. Thanks, Athena. Now to make sense of what we've learned. Director Cosmos wasn't surprised that the culprit suddenly vanished from the lounge, which points to the possibility that he knew where the killer had escaped to. Furthermore, talking about the door to the launchpad made him uneasy. In other words, he's probably hiding something about the Launchpad 1 door. You put these two pieces together, only one solution to the puzzle comes to mind. Director Cosmos, did the real killer escape through here? He's saying he's worried about the door because it was the actual escape route. The culprit went through the Launchpad 1 door to escape, didn't they?
Yes. I mean, no! Disaster to starboard! We're gonna crash into an asteroid!
A master technician, you are not. But the area beyond that door is filled with smoke, wasn't it? True. This is still the only logical answer there is. We can just figure out what the director is hiding about that Launchpad 1 door. You should be able to iron out the logical inconsistencies.
But the door requires fingerprint recognition! Only Starbuck, Taryn, and I have access! I don't see how the killer could have opened the security lock, do you?
That's an easy one. The killer was right there in the boarding lounge, meaning there's a way it could have easily gotten past the security lock. Come to think of it, we did examine the prints on the fingerprint recognition device. I propose that the killer used this person's fingerprints to get past the security lock. Whose fingerprints were on there? Did we know about that? Or was that left in mystery? Wasn't it the director's fingerprints that were on there? If only I could see my evidence. Yeah, we know that there were fingerprints on there, but did we actually see whose it was? I do not remember that. and I cannot look at my evidence. I can swear it was the director's fingerprints.
Take that.
Nope. When you get it wrong, he cuts off a little bit. He cuts off the tuft, and it just grows back. As all good Ahoges do. Alright. So it was, whose glove did they take off in order to get his fingerprints? Or maybe, it could only have been 3 people. So it was either the defendant, the victim, and I've already done that one. So maybe they use the defendant. No. Nope. So it was either the defendant or the victim. They could have used the victim's body, or was it they said, well, no, the police, they took off someone's glove to take their fingerprints, right? Well, it wouldn't be hard to take the fingerprints of the victim.
Take that.
Nope, it was the defendant. It was a defendant.
Take that.
Well, if I'm wrong, then you're also wrong. Yep. I knew that Fulbright took the glove off of the defendant to take his fingerprints. And I think it was like, it's kind of sus. Anyways. Mr. Starbuck was lying unconscious there in the starboard lounge. Anybody could have easily gotten past the security lock by using Mr. Starbuck's prints. Actually, Mr. Starbuck's prints aren't exactly what we found on the device screen. Looks like he does have something to hide about Launchpad 1 door. And I'm betting it's got something to do with the culprit's escape route. But I don't have enough information to see the whole picture yet.
You know, something just occurred to me. Would you like to hear it?
Nani? Yes, by all means.
There's a security camera in boarding lounge 1.
Right. The one that recorded the victim and the defendant. What about it, Your Honor?
If the true culprit escaped into the Launchpad 1 corridor, then that might be recorded on the security footage as well. Then the mystery would be solved. What do you think of my logic?
Somebody tell him.
I hope you didn't strain your faculties too much for that, your baldness. I beg your pardon? Look, if we play the security footage beyond this point... Oh my! The footage cuts off! The camera was running on backup power, but apparently the power cables were damaged. Most likely by the after effects of the explosion. There's no footage after this, be it of criminals or space aliens.
There's something sus about that picture, and I noticed it well early in the trial. I did. It's, let me see. The security footage. This right here to the left. The dial is turned. So the question is, what does that dial go to?
I thought it was such a good idea too.
Just because your grandchild is watching from the gallery. There's something else? Doesn't mean you should try to show it off too much, Grandpa Baldness.
Prosecutor Blackwell, How did you know about my grandchild?
I think his grandchild just to learn a little bit about the harshness of the adult world. Setting aside the issue of grandchildren, I'd like to have the witness continue. So I'm not without this picture, huh? Oh, there's no smoke over here. Wonder what we do with that information. I would like the witness to continue. Director Cosmos, could you tell us more about when you entered the lounge? No? That's not it?
If I must.
You had to avoid getting shot. After the killer vanished, you went into the lounge. The lounge. Alright, so you went into the lounge. That's when Detective Arm appeared from the elevator side door. And then the detective shot at me. So you see, the killer could have only escaped to the launch pad, right? It's not just that. Alright, any hints from recycling? What do you think about Director Cosmos' emotional response to Athena? Actually, my cat is really sick, you know. Athena's a cat? What? Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that. And on top of that, my dog just doesn't want to play with me. Why are you telling me this now? Just humor me, okay? Now, when you heard about my cat, and then about my dog, which story made you feel sadder? The story about your cat, of course. It's only natural. Exactly. That would be the natural reaction. But there's nothing natural about the director's reactions. I think how each individual reaction changes across the whole testimony will be the key. Sounds unnaturally complicated. That doesn't somehow surprise me. Alright, so you hid avoid getting shot. After the killer vanished, you went into the lounge. That's when Detective Arm appeared from the elevator side door. And then the detective shot at me. Why is he angry about being shot? Was he annoyed? Okay, apparently that's not it. I guess he would be annoyed. That would only be a natural reaction. So the question is, what is the natural reaction? Let me see. So you see, the killer could have only escaped to the launch pad, right? Let's see. Oh, wait. He's worried this entire time, but he's not worried about Detective Arm appearing. No? Really? Huh. Alright. So you had to avoid getting shot. After that, the killer vanished. You were not surprised. You went into the lounge. That's when Detective Arm appeared from the elevator side door. Why is he surprised that she appeared? Hey there, Solaris. You're a bit late, you just got off work. No worries at all. Okay, yeah. So he was surprised at the fact that she appeared. Why would he be surprised if they both went that way? Director Cosmos, why were you so surprised when Detective Arm found you, and again when she fired? Isn't that a bit unnatural?
Sadly, even great men such as myself have ordinary human feelings. Our bodies are bound by the forces of gravity and emotions. Even a great man such as myself experiences surprise on occasion.
Yes, I'm sure you do. But my real point is not the fact that you were surprised, but rather what you were surprised by.
Pardon me?
First, you were surprised when Detective Arm found you in the lounge. And just after that, you were, of course, again surprised when she shot at you. But, considering what you were surprised about, a strange phenomenon occurs here. Director Cosmos, what is strange about your surprised reaction is the fact that you were more surprised when Arm came? Hold on. What are these outcomes? Surprised twice, not surprised by something else, more surprised when Arm came. Oh shoot, was he more surprised when Arm came? Not surprised by something else. I should have paid more attention to those emotions, huh? Surprised twice, not surprised by something else. More surprised when she came, right? Sure, you're surprised when Detective Arm shot at you, but the surprise you felt when she found you in the lounge was much greater.
Gah!
The fact that you were more surprised by simply being found than by being shot at suggests to me you were conflicted about whatever it was you were doing there.
The enemy has acquired a new weapon! Commence operation! Hide under your desk! Ah!
Please tell me I finally sunk his battleship. Okay, we're still not quite done yet. He had a little surprise, anger, and sadness at getting shot. He gets more surprised when shot at. Boss, I'm getting less Discord now. That must mean he really is hiding something about that launch pad door. Whatever he's hiding most likely has something to do with the killer's escape. Wonder what it could be. He was doing something suspicious around that door. Maybe we can spot some change between before he came to the room and after. Detective Fulbright gave us a photo taken after the crime. Let's run a comparison. Did he? Alright, so this is the door. This is it afterward. So, this is the door. This is, so, the door is closed. We've got some stuff over here. We've got the reader. The dial is different. It's upright. And there's the trash chute. Over here, door's open. There's the reader. The dial is changed. The only thing changed is the dial. This was the door before Director Cosmos arrived. This is how the door looked after the director entered the lounge. Hey, look at that. There is a change. Something's definitely different. Director Cosmos.
What is it? What are you two been up to over there?
Finding the answer to what you were doing when Detective Arm found you, that's what. That answer lies clearly in this footage. All you have to do is compare it to the photo that was taken during the investigation.
Don't be ridiculous! If you really do have an answer, you should have pointed it out already!
He's asking for it. This is what changed directly after the incident. Alright. Let's see if my dial is on point. The answer is this knob.
That's...
Your Honor, please take a look at this footage.
Let's see.
Take a look at the knob next to the launch pad door. As you can see, it's horizontal. Now is the time for the red switch being in the opposite side. Okay. And then later on is going to be the time for that contradiction.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
However, when we investigated the scene of the crime yesterday, the knob was vertical.
And what does this mean?
It means that sometime before the director arrived and after, someone turned this knob.
Ah!
After the scene was discovered, you were the only one who could have turned the knob. Come on now, Director Cosmos. Let's hear what you have to say. What were you trying to do by turning that knob by the door?
Oh, fine, I admit it. You're right. I did turn that knob. That knob is a safety lock meant to keep the launch pad in place. I was afraid there would be more explosions, so I wanted to move the launch pad away.
You wanted to do what? Hey, didn't Ponko tell us something about how they prepare for the launch? He said that once the launch pad's fully assembled, it's moved to the launch site. Alright, we're getting some new information. We need to process. This is gonna be on the test later. But the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to be disengaged first. I guess that clears up what the knob is for. Hold on a second. Oh, so if the killer escaped into the Launchpad 1 corridor, maybe they were transported along with the Launchpad to the launch site. I don't think so. The Launchpad 1 corridor was filled with smoke. I don't think they could have escaped through that corridor. So then, where did the killer escape to? I guess there are still some things we have to uncover. Director Cosmos, I request that you tell us about moving the launch pad in more detail. Wait! A 2? There's a 2 over there. What do I do with that information? A pamphlet. Launchpad 2 was repurposed into the Space Museum. Which means that security footage is not of Launchpad 1 to the left. It is of the corridor going out to the Space Museum. So they were on the 3rd floor, yes, but they were on the opposite side. So they were in boarding lounge 2 at the time. Because that's a 2 over there. That's why there's no smoke. There was never a launch in the first place. Wait. Well, yeah, there never was a launch in the first place because things blew up. So, pun intended, the launch and the explosions were a smokescreen for something else that was going on. What that something else is going on is, I have no idea. Those are the 2 astronauts coming out of Launchpad 2. Okay. There was never a launch. There was never intent. What do you mean by there was never a launch? You mean that a launch was never supposed to happen? Oh, wait. So you're telling me there was, there was never a launch. The astronauts didn't go to the real rocket. Oh. Well, I'll piece that together as it becomes more relevant. So you're saying that there's a lot of shuffling around when it came to the launch pads or something. I don't know. We're kind of getting ahead of ourselves.
Fine. Listen carefully. We're about to give history-making testimony. I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock. I fear there might be more explosions. So I had to cut the launch pad loose.
Why are you happy there, sir? I'm not even gonna listen to everything else. I'm gonna see what exactly you're being happy about. I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock. You make it sound like you were reluctant to do so, and yet when you did it, you felt some joy, as if you were very pleased with yourself.
How do you do it? How do you know everything as if you were there?
Pretty impressive, isn't it? This is the power of analytical psychology. So, care to explain why you felt joy when you disengaged the safety lock? When I think back on the facts we discovered up to this point, I have to believe that you were trying to fulfill some hidden agenda. It's the usual guilty but not of murder twist.
How do you know that too?
Because I'm more or less a pro at guessing. I like... for some reason, Phoenix's face there is just so, like... That looks like out of a horror manga right now. That expression.
But you have no proof that I had a hidden agenda. Even if I did, I would never, ever tell you. So there!
I know they say people regress as they grow older, but you, sir, take the cake.
And how could you doubt a man with such great intensity, intelligence, and integrity?
Silence.
You, a man of integrity, don't make me laugh.
His laugh is scary, baby. Professor Blackwell, what came over him all of a sudden?
You've spouted nothing but falsity since you stepped up to the stand. You're not the kind of man that will be glorified in the annals of history. Not for greatness, anyway. Unless you consider greatest barefaced liar in honor. Liar!
Ugh. His words bite harder than his blade.
You moved Launchpad 1 after the explosions? My, how naive you are. You fail to realize how even the facts themselves have betrayed you.
You know, just a thought, but modern English can be your friend.
And here's a thought for you. Immediately following the bombing, Launchpad 1 was on boarding lounge 1 side. The police confirmed this on scene.
What?
Liar!
So that means the director didn't move the launch pad.
Curse my judgment for calling history's greatest liar to the witness stand. Let us leave it to him to indulge in his lies and war games to his heart's content. Liar!
But it doesn't make sense. You can't deny that someone turned the knob. And once the safety lock was released, I'm sure the pad must have went somewhere. If we chase down the truth of this issue, we might just find where the killer escaped to.
Yeah. You are sure it must have went somewhere? We just might find out. Your arguments are nothing but conjecture, bluffing, and wishful thinking. Stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is. Or are you not man enough to, boy? Gah!
Talk about hitting below the belt. Youngins these days. I don't understand it. I'm sure Director Cosmos must have moved the launch pad. The knob was definitely turned off after he came to the lounge. The launch pad is right where it's supposed to be.
Ugh.
Wait a minute. Maybe I held it all backwards. What if the director turned the knob, not to move the launch pad away, but to bring it back to where it was supposed to be?
What are you blathering about?
What if the launch pad was at the launch site before the incident, and then after the incident, Director Cosmos moved it back to its usual spot? All he had to do was turn the knob to call the launch pad back, and it'll be right where the police found it. How many ahoges is he going to go through? Wait, did he just sigh? Like the defendant? You made him sigh like Mr. Starbuck. Was what I said really that off base? It pains me to have to explain how wrong your own logic is to you. However, our great liar turned the knob only after he discovered the crime scene. Indeed, the pad existed beyond the lounge when our Astro Wanderers made their escape. A fact that has been recorded for posterity on filmless film. All right. So to reiterate, stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is, boy! Get a grip, Mr. Wright, and focus! We know the launch pad must have been moved. Our deductions and the actual facts of the case are in direct contradiction to each other. Well, maybe the two astronauts never actually boarded the rocket. This footage could be fake, taken with body doubles after the incident or something. On second thought, that's too far-fetched even for me. Never actually boarded the rocket? Hey, wait a minute. Maybe, just maybe. Huh? Prosecutor Blackwell, what if I told you that the two astronauts never set foot inside the launch pad area, but instead went to another place? And what if, when the director moved Launch Pad 1 back, it was not from the launch side, but from another place? What would you say then?
Cut the existential bull or I'll cut you! Mr. Wright, you will explain yourself at once!
I know I'm right. It was all the other way around from the beginning. Very well, Your Honor. Let me explain. Director Cosmos' reason for moving Launch Pad 1 was to switch it with another place. Because he wanted to switch it with some other place.
I'm sorry, but did you say switch it? But what could he possibly have switched the launch pad with?
Oh, you'd be surprised, Your Honor. All it takes is a little thinking outside the box, and the answer becomes clear as day. This is what was switched with Launch Pad 1.
The Space Museum! Launch Pad 1 was switched with the Space Museum?
In the past, the Space Museum used to be Launch Pad 2. There's all the same features as Launch Pad 1 and can even be moved to the launch site. Meaning, the Space Museum and Launch Pad 1 can also be switched with each other.
You can't mean...
The rocket the astronauts boarded was not the one in Launch Pad 1. It was the one in the Space Museum! You're right on the money, Flair. Glad you noticed. Welcome to the stream.
What? Balderdash!
You know that when Blackwell takes damage, that you're onto something. And yet, it's the only explanation that accounts for every riddle and inconsistency. This is how the Space Center was just before the incident.
I see Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum have already switched places.
That's right. And with the two switched like this, the astronauts entered the Space Museum from Boarding Lounge 1. This allowed the true killer to enter Launchpad 1 from Boarding Lounge 2 and set the bomb on the rocket. Come to think of it, the door to the Space Museum from Boarding Lounge 2? Welcome, welcome! The Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Exactly. Anyone could pass through the door to the Space Museum. There's no fingerprint recognition system on that door. In other words, with the two launch pads switched like that, someone other than Mr. Starbuck could have easily planted the bomb. Ugh! After setting the bomb on the rocket, the culprit snuck into Boarding Lounge 1 and waited there concealed, in order to kill Mr. Terran when the two astronauts emerged from the Space Museum. Recall that Ms. Blackwell, Mr. Starbuck, and the director all saw a suspicious figure, who we can suppose, after killing Mr. Terran, made their escape into the Space Museum. After that, Director Cosmos switched the two launch pads back, without realizing the killer was inside the Space Museum. Woo! Look at these fancy schmancy graphics! The killer then left the Space Museum and made a clean getaway. Right, Dunno. I see you know how to handle a sword, and handle it well. Perhaps I should call you Sword Master Bluff. I am a seasoned warrior who has cut down many a prosecutor. Silence. But unless you can prove your theory, it's no better than a rusty sword.
That's right! You have no proof I switched the launch pads!
Somebody needs a better anger management counselor. If the launch pads really were switched, there might be a record of it somewhere. And at this point, Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched with each other. So the corridor beyond the door should be the one that belongs to the Space Museum. Let's see. This is an image of the Launchpad 1 corridor. You see anything different when we compare it to the security footage? Huh? That number on the floor? Oh, wait. What? That was what? Yeah, the Launchpad 1 corridor. Well, what do you know? It looks like we have our proof after all, Prosecutor Blackwell. And if this is just another bluff... Oh, don't worry. It's all right here. Right in this footage. Proof that beyond this door is the corridor to the Space Museum.
Very well then, answer this for me if you would. What in this footage proves that the corridor belongs to the Space Museum?
It is this right here, baby. Take that. There's a 1 on the floor of the Launchpad 1 corridor. But take a look at the floor of the corridor in the security footage. Do you see the number on the floor behind the astronauts? It doesn't look like a 1, does it? That's because what you see is actually part of a 2.
What?
Why is it a 2 and not a 1? That's because the corridor you see is the one to the Space Museum.
Gah!
For some reason, taking Prosecutor Blackwell to task is more satisfying than any of the other prosecutors. I don't know why, but whenever he takes the damaged sprites, it just is like, Yeah. Then again, maybe it's just a recency bias. Maybe it's just so satisfying to just punch up at every prosecutor. Well, maybe it's directly proportional to how antagonistic every prosecutor is. Because up to this point, let's consider it. You have Edgeworth, who's just doing his job, and it's actually kind of tragic in that way. So, you're more like, hey, I'm doing my job, I'm doing great. Game 2 is Von Karma, it's Franziska, and you kind of feel sorry for her throughout the entire game because she's another protege of Manfred. And then in Game 3, it's Godot. And so yeah, I guess really sticking it to Godot can be satisfying. And in Game 4, it's Clavier. And Clavier clearly is working with you. So whenever he gets damaged, it's kind of like he's discovering things at the same time as you. So it's more of a co-op game than it really is. I think Black Quill is like either tied with, he's around Godot levels, because Godot is pretty darn antagonistic, and he has beef with Phoenix, but Black Quill is he's the most arrogant of the prosecutors without having a personal beef with the protagonists. And in a way, you're kind of proving yourself to him. So it's like, yeah, take that. Probably because he's actually against you and not helping you find the truth, like Gavin and eventually Edgeworth did. Or should you call him kilometer blade value? That's amazing. Miles Edgeworth, kilometer blade value. Mods, whatever the opposite of banning is, do it to him. Do it to James. You know what I realize? If you look at the stars above his head, there's one star that keeps hovering directly near the center of the screen there. It's orbiting around the seam in the door behind him. And once you look at that, you cannot unsee that one star that does not move as much as the other two. Anyways, that's a bit of a tangent from me, but it was a fun tangent. And so that means the corridor in this footage was not filled with smoke. That's right, because the explosion didn't occur in the Space Museum. The explosion occurred in Launchpad 1 on the side opposite of the Space Museum. And now that we know the two astronauts escaped from the Space Museum, the mystery from the previous trial of how they got down the ladder is cleared up. Mr. Terran, carrying Mr. Starbuck, simply took the elevator from the upper level down to the middle level.
Just incredible! 2 launch pads were actually switched. But you'd think someone would have noticed an event of this magnitude.
Everyone was down in the basement shelter when the launch pads were swapped back. There's no way anyone could have known what was happening on the surface. Oh! All of the Discord is gone. So, that's what happened. The truth was that... Bye-bye! No more lies, Director Cosmos. It's high time you told us the truth. I've got the camera angle to back it up.
Gah! My honor, my glory, everything is slipping away. Time to deploy the galactic engine. Ignition! What? It's gonna haywire! It won't stop! My stars, my glory! No, not that way!
Oh dear. Now he's guilty of perjury and damaging the court doors.
Bailiff! On your steering after that witness!
After all that old man shouting, not looking too good, are you?
I see we managed to retrieve you before you came into any bodily harm.
Rector Cosmos, do you admit you switched the launch pads? Yeah, they repaired the court doors quickly.
I admit it's true. I switched the Launchpad 1 for the Space Museum. It is good to hear words I can believe for a change.
Before you do, Your Honor, two things. First, we don't know if Mr. Tarrant had prior knowledge of the switch. As for Mr. Starbuck, he was unaware of his surroundings thanks to the medication. Either way, Mr. Tarrant would have realized the instant he stepped into the Space Museum that it had been switched with the Launchpad 1. So my first question is, if the Space Museum was perfectly fine, why did Mr. Tarrant feel the need to put on such a dramatic display? As for my second question, I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the two launch pads to begin with.
Please, I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say, my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast.
The director is terrified. He must have one heck of a reason for not wanting to explain why. Probably not a good time to try to pry it out of him, huh?
Excuse me, but would you mind if I picked up my stars? Without my badge of rank, I'm nothing. I don't see why not. Bailiff, help the director retrieve his stars.
So, are those real stars of actual military rank, or did he get those from cereal boxes?
It appears the possibility of a culprit other than the defendant has presented itself. Mr. Starbuck, is there anything you wish to say?
I don't get it.
Don't get it? What don't you get?
Director, why did you do all that? From the very beginning, you never meant for the launch to go ahead, did you? You tricked us! Mr. Starbuck.
Starbuck, my boy, I'm sorry. I can't tell you the reason why, but I had to do it to protect the Space Center.
Director, will I ever get the chance to go into space again? Shoot, they all look so happy. Even Aura. Wow, Aura looks really happy. Unless she's just hamming it up for the camera.
Yes, of course. I won't rest until it happens. I will get you into space again, my boy.
then the dream is still alive.
Silence.
Damn, Blackwell. Throw the wet blanket right on there. Huh. You're not going into space, Starbuck, but prison. I won't have it any other way. Why are you so hung up on him? Yes, I accept that the launch pads really were switched. And if there were a third person at the scene, I suppose they could have escaped. But I have yet to see proof of this third person's escape via the Space Museum.
Oh, that's a good point.
He's right. I don't have any proof.
Starbuck, you will spill everything you know.
What? Me?
Where did you get those bombs? Tell me now. If you don't, my blade shall feast on your blood.
If I'm gonna die, I want to die in space. I have to do something.
Solomon Starbuck, prepare yourself.
Yep, we saw that coming. Ha ha ha! Now, you know the violence isn't the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell.
That annoyingly cheerful laugh. It can be none other than...
Why do they really hype that up? We know it's gonna be Fulbright. Or was legit happy back then? Why the sour note? That's for me to find out. Champion of righteousness, Bobby Fulbright here. In justice we trust. Detective Fulbright? Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Lawyer. I hope I'm not too late. I don't believe we had an appointment. I tried to hurry, but I ended up helping a little old lady cross the street. And then I had to break up a cat fight. And I tell you, justice sure is a full-time job. Was it a fight between cats, or... Phoenix, where was your mind going there? Why are you here again?
Because the defendant isn't the culprit, and I came to make sure that justice is served.
I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
Fulbright, I always thought you were a bit touched in the head. But have you finally succumbed?
Nope, but it looks like you've succumbed to this phantom of yours. Open your eyes and let evidence of justice uncloud your judgment.
What evidence?
Come to think of it, he did say something about finding us some evidence.
Yes, justice in the chat, let's go.
Thanks, you two. I feel a lot better now that I've been able to get that off my chest. I'm going to work extra hard to find that perfect piece of evidence for you. I didn't think he was serious, though. So, what is it, Detective? Is this something that will prove Mr. Starbuck innocent?
It is indeed. Have a look at this. What is this? A lighter?
That's right! A lighter thought to have been used by the culprit, no less. The Space Museum's cleaning robot picked it up.
It has the victim Clay Terran's blood, along with his killer's fingerprints on it.
What?
Ugh.
Why does everybody have such bad posture whenever we do the court camera pans?
Order! Order! Detective Fulbright, can I assume that the fingerprints don't belong to the defendant?
You bet!
Mr. Starbuck is totally innocent.
This is it. This is just what I need. The true culprit's fingerprints are on it in the victim's blood. Now for the real twist, you say. Your Honor, this is the decisive evidence that supports the defense's earlier claim.
Explain yourself, Mr. Wright.
With pleasure, Your Honor. Recall where this lighter was found. Based on that, we can extrapolate that after the killer murdered Mr. Terran, they escaped with the lighter in hand into the Space Museum, where they dropped it. The switching of the two launch pads occurred, or was this evidence planted? And finally, the killer left the boarding lounge too and made their escape. Meanwhile, Mr. Starbuck was found in boarding lounge 1 after the murder, a fact that Director Cosmos has testified to. Therefore, Mr. Starbuck couldn't have possibly been the one to drop the lighter there.
Silence.
This evidence is so sussy right now. But the defendant had free reign of the area until Director Cosmos appeared. Could he not have dropped the lighter in the Space Museum during that span of time? You'd like that to be true, wouldn't you? But Director Cosmos testified that right after he saw the mysterious figure with a lighter, he went into the lounge and found the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. In other words, Mr. Starbuck wouldn't have had the time to double back to the museum. No, Prosecutor Blackwell, this lighter can only have been dropped by the real killer. Most importantly, Mr. Starbuck's fingerprints were nowhere to be found on this lighter. I think you understand what this means, don't you? This piece of evidence unequivocally proves that Mr. Starbuck wasn't the culprit. Alright. Once we see whose fingerprints are on there, it's gonna be a whole new ballgame, I can guess.
This does indeed appear to be decisive evidence that proves the defendant's claims.
As to the remote switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, we can assume it was planted by the killer on the unconscious Mr. Starbuck.
No, there must be some mistake.
Frankly, Prosecutor Blackwell, I've been worried about you. You've been chasing this phantom for 7 whole years. I understand your urgency because tomorrow... Fulbright, you promised me never to speak of that. Huh? Tomorrow? What about tomorrow? This evidence is so fabricated, isn't it? I just have to wonder who it was fabricated by and for what purpose. It's a whole thing, isn't it? And another question. Is Fulbright in on it? Is this whole justice thing just a shtick? A shtick? Is whatever the underlying plot is Fulbright either an unwitting lackey to it, or is he some part of the setup? That's the whole 5th case. Oh boy. Now I'm kind of giving sideways looks to Fulbright. Fulbright just charged right in, and he gave this evidence that solved the entire case for us. So either he is being played like the biggest damn fiddle you've ever seen, or something's going on, because if you think about it, Blackwell, he's pursuing this phantom, right? And it has something to do with why he murdered somebody and was sent to jail. and then Fulbright was assigned to oversee him. So for all we know, Fulbright could be working behind the scenes, playing up this justice persona to keep an eye on Blackwell, and whatever Blackwell is chasing, Fulbright can just unwittingly, well not, either unwittingly or intentionally, push all of the progress to the side, and he has that taser to keep Blackwell in line. So, I'm starting to connect some dots here. Whether I'm cooking or I'm burning down the kitchen, we'll have to see. Let's keep moving.
Given the body of innocence, I think it's safe to say the defendant is innocent. In light of the fact that it was impossible for him to have committed the crime, a few unanswered questions remain, so I look forward to seeing what you two uncover. But for now, this court finds the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, not guilty.
Oh. We just made a tremendous mistake, didn't we? Phoenix does not look too happy about this. We did it, Mr. Wright. Looks like we pulled it off somehow, huh? With some help from Detective Fulbright. Some help is entirely subjective. Detective Fulbright just kicked down the sandcastle and said, "We're done playing. No more game." Mr. Wright, Miss Sykes, thank you. And please thank Apollo for me too. You all are the best. Oh, I wish we could tell Apollo all about Mr. Starbuck's verdict right now. Yeah, me too. That's gonna have to wait.
Now that a verdict has been reached, I'd like to bring today's trial to a close. Court is adjourned.
Oh boy. Uh-oh. Alright. What you got, Blackwell? It's too late to object, isn't it?
It simply isn't possible. Something is wrong. Prosecutor Blackwell, are you dissatisfied with the verdict? Fulbright, what were the results of the fingerprint analysis for the lighter?
Huh? The results? Well, I was in a hurry, you see. Then there was a catfight, and well, uh-oh. Fulbright is becoming full sus. I kind of got away when I heard the prints were Mr. Starbucks, so...
You have yet to read it!
Prosecutor Blackwell, can you read out who the prints belong to?
Upon thorough analysis, the fingerprints were found to belong to Athena Sykes.
Oh my goodness. The plot is thickened. The plot is now a concrete slab of thickness. We've blown straight past oatmeal.
So says the report.
What? What? Huh? Me? Alright. Where are we going with this? Is Case 5 gonna be Athena's defense?
Order, I say! Order!
Miss Sykes!
Tell me you have an explanation for this. We just finished proving that this lighter could only belong to the killer. So, finding your prints on it can only lead us to one grave conclusion.
I don't know how they got on there, but I know I'm not the culprit. Fun fact, this fifth case has a bad end you can get. Oh, goodness me. And it's not... And is it like in Ace Attorney 1, where you can actually do something wrong? Or is it like Ace Attorney 4, where it's basically, yet a good ending, bad ending, make your choice? This can't be happening. We built up our argument piece by piece, and I don't think any of our reasoning was faulty. So how could it have led to this? Later updated in the court record, it has Athena's prints on it in the victim's blood. What have I done? Please forgive me! I'm sorry!
Order! Order! Detective Fulbright, stop your crying!
What in the world is happening here? It's like the world's gone mad. Nope. Things have gone... This is bedlam. It's chaos. The judge said,
I will have order!
And then a giant meteorite comes straight from the sky. Confusion spiraled into utter chaos. After all we'd fought for, the truth that turned cruelly on us to accuse Athena of the crimes. Somewhere, somehow, everything had gone terribly wrong. We had stumbled over the edge of reason and into the jaws of a twisted darkness. Oh, that's it. That's the end of case 4. Congratulations! Innocence established, not guilty verdict. Wow, 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 wow. Episode 5, Day 1 Investigation. Alright. Turnabout for tomorrow. No one can escape their past. Oh, right, Athena's past. And everything she had done, or she had witnessed. The flashbacks from the 3rd trial. The sins we've committed. And the sadness we've caused. Oh. So, wait. Athena and Blackwell are directly related to this case. No matter how far we run, our past remains as ever-present as the moon in the sky. What does the moon have to do with anything? What the moon doing? Is there an evil Dark Lord in the moon? What the moon doing? It looms in wait for the day when we are forced to face it. But only in doing so can we truly make peace and move on in hope towards tomorrow. Anime protag Apollo, bandaged, eye patched, jacket over his shoulder. Looking up at the moon. Brooding. They took Athena from the courtroom, straight to the station. She's probably being questioned at this very moment. Oh, how twisted this world becomes. After this past year, I took it for granted that those two would always be here. But now, Apollo's gone off on his own to seek his own truth. And my pursuit of the truth only ended up with Athena becoming the new suspect. Some boss I turned out to be. It's even quieter in here than usual. Yeah, seems so empty too. I just don't get it, Daddy. All of your reasoning during the trial seemed perfectly solid. Yeah, and I still believe it was. At least, based on what we know. But now, Athena's the one who's being accused. During the trial for the bombing and murder that occurred in the Cosmos Space Center, the lighter used by the real culprit was found. This lighter proved to be the defendant, Solomon Starbuck innocent. But Athena's prints were found on it instead. And she was subsequently arrested for the murder. But Athena couldn't have done it. It just doesn't make any sense. No, none of it does. I've been racking my brain, but I can't just figure it out. Where's the flaw in my reasoning? What have I got wrong in this case? You know, Daddy, if Athena was here, she wouldn't just be sitting around thinking. She'd be out there doing something. You are going to defend Athena, right, Daddy? Of course I will. And thanks, Trucy. I needed that push. Trucy's right. The trial is tomorrow. There's no time to waste. If I'm going to prove Athena's innocence, I better get out there and find some evidence. Off we go, then. We're on to hunt for evidence that'll prove Athena's innocence. Great. Well, before we go, I better tidy up the evidence I have on hand. Unnecessary evidence left at the office. What evidence do we have? Wait. Case 5 is just going to be an extension of Case 4? Interesting. Starbuck was actually innocent, but that's not the most important part right now. Well, that's kind of a spoiler, isn't it? Athena's probably still in the middle of being questioned. So, Trucy's right. The only thing we can start with is talking to people at the Space Center. You literally just proved that to be true. I mean, if Athena is the if they fingered Athena as the killer, and Athena was, if Athena didn't do it, unless Athena did do it, is Athena some kind of sleeper agent or something? Because if Starbuck didn't do it and Athena didn't do it, then wouldn't that become a plot point of who actually did it? Investigate more, baby. Director Cosmos, do you have a minute?
No. Galactic Scooter, full speed ahead!
Director! He scooted away. His expression changed the instant he saw you, Daddy. Yeah, well, I dragged his name through the mud pretty good at the trial earlier today. Can you find him in here? We were here only yesterday. Oh, hey. Mr. Starbuck, you've been released, huh? Yep, and I came straight here. This is all thanks to you and your team, Mr. Wright. You gave me a second chance to fly into space again. I can't thank you enough. Except... what's wrong? Thought I'd be happy to be acquitted. As I was coming out of the detention center, I saw Miss Sykes. He saw Athena? I was at a loss for words. I didn't know what to say to the poor girl. And then, you know what? She flashed a peace sign at me. Congratulations on your acquittal, she said. Now you can go back into space someday. Yeah, that sounds like Athena. I can just picture it. When I saw her eyes, they were red and swollen from crying. She's got to be suffering. She must be so worried. And yet, she went out of her way to be nice and give me that big smile. She held back her own tears so she could give someone else a smile. That's so Athena. There's no question about it. That girl is innocent. Please, Mr. Wright, you have to make sure she goes free. And then they can put me in prison instead. I don't mind. We can't have that either, Mr. Starbuck. Don't worry, Mr. Starbuck. I'm going to give her the very best offense I can. I promise to get her acquitted, just like I did for you. I know she'll be alright with you in her corner. I know you'll never give up on her. Apollo is a fine boss to look up to. I still can't believe Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum. What could have made Director Cosmos do such a thing? I haven't the foggiest idea.
Hey.
So there never was going to be a launch that day. Not from the very beginning. I wonder if Clay knew. I imagine he must have. Surely he would have noticed when you went to board the rocket. It's pathetic to think I was the only one who got taken in. But I guess that's about how it goes when you're worth less than space debris. Is he going to be alright, Daddy? His expression looks as dark as a black hole. Well, that's just how he is. Mr. Starbuck, do you remember anything about the murderer? Not really. I only saw a shadowy figure in the dark after all. Yeah, I guess that was a little too much to hope for. Hey, I heard something from the police, though. They say they never did find a 10 caliber gun down that trash chute. Yes, as I thought. The culprit must have carried it away with them when they escaped. So, was the person you saw holding a gun, Mr. Starbuck? I couldn't really tell. But it wasn't Athena, right? Could you tell if that person was male or female, tall or short? I can't even tell you that much. Man, I'm useless. When the culprit opened the door and some light came in, I should have been able to see. The door? Oh, yeah. As I recall, they opened this door here as they made their escape. The door to Launchpad 1, right? Yeah, except now, the door leads to the Space Museum. You mean the Launchpad and Space Museum are switched right now? Yeah, try to investigate the theory you came up with in court. So, they were recreating the conditions, huh? I'd like to see what's beyond that door now. Mr. Starbuck, could you open this door for us? Sure. Just let me have my print scanned and, Do the launch pads get switched back and forth a lot? Well, back when Space Museum 2 was Launchpad 2, they used to switch the pads around at times. These days, Launchpad 2 is only used as a tourist attraction, right? Right, because quite frankly, Space Center needs the money. I hear you. Times sure are tough. Daddy, let's go check out what's beyond that door. Sure, let's go. Hey, why don't I come along? I can show you around. Oh, what have we here? Huh? I wonder what these dead leaves are doing here. Maybe they're stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes. There are lots of trees around the Space Center. She's right. It's a modern, state-of-the-art building. It's surrounded by trees. I don't know. They were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes. Wouldn't they look more crushed up? These don't look like they even stepped on. Maybe there's some kind of secret hatch in the corridor. Maybe they came in that way. Not everything is set up like a magician's stage, you know. Oh, there's another one of those devices for opening the door, huh? Yep. This doesn't require fingerprint verification. You just hit the button and open sesame. So, when you and Clay went through here, you didn't need to show your prints either? That's right, Tracy. Just like how the culprit didn't need to scan their prints when they escaped back out of the Space Museum corridor and the boarding lounge too. Biometric door print, by print authentication is required from the launch side. Well, I don't see anything else that jumps out at me. I imagine this corridor is built exactly like the Launchpad 1 corridor. Yep. Do I have anything I can present to you? Or do I just keep moving on? Well, maybe the director's back at the entrance. Or Aura.
Curse the wretch who sullied my good name! Reverse course and full speed away!
Rector Cosmos, wait! I'll handle this, Daddy. Take that!
Good! The mobility system has been compromised!
Trucy's knife throw is a direct hit to one of his tires. And the streak continues. Maybe I should have kept a closer watch on what tricks she's been practicing.
My dear old battleship, we fought many a skirmish together. It's been an honor.
Daddy, he's going to blow that thing up! Nah, I bet all that button will do is make it go haywire again.
Very well, I surrender. As a prisoner of war, I expected to be treated honorably.
Rector Cosmos, when you were talking in court about switching the launch pads, you used your right to remain silent about the reason as to why. You sure did. His hands were tied, so he knew about the blast.
The center of the cosmos is shrouded in mystery, but I don't have any secrets left. Now that my battleship has been destroyed and I have been taken prisoner.
Well, would you look at that? Magatama! It's Maga time! No secrets left, huh? I beg to differ. Looks like I'll have to undo his psych locks if I want to get to the bottom of this. Am I able to do that right now, or do I need more evidence? I'll just dive on in and see what I can find. Now they're switching the launch pads. I want you to tell me everything you're hiding about the switching of the two launch pads.
I refuse! You can't make me! I can hold out longer than anyone!
I hope I never get like this when I'm old. Now let's see, where to start. This is how you explained your motive for switching the launch pads. You did it to save the astronauts. Thanks to you switching the launch pads, the astronauts escaped injury from the blast. Instead, they safely boarded the museum's rocket far away from the actual explosion.
My astronauts were raring to go out on authentic adventures in space. How do you propose I had them board a fake rocket without them noticing?
I agree you couldn't have done it without help. For one, they would have figured it out the instant they stepped into this space museum. You figured you could fool Mr. Starbuck once he'd been drugged to the medicine, but without the help of this person, it would have been impossible to pull your plan off, Mr. Clay Terran. You must have gotten Mr. Terran to help you. He stole the tranquilizers from his mentor's locker and slipped them to him. And then, with Mr. Starbuck in a daze, they boarded a replica rocket in the museum.
Somebody help this poor prisoner of war!
How is he able to spin around like that? My question exactly. If you really wanted to save the astronauts' lives, shouldn't you have just called off the launch?
If I could have done that, you think I would have gone to all that trouble?
I guess he must have had a compelling reason why he couldn't call it off. How did you know to switch the pads in advance of the bombing incident?
Well, that's because I was warned in advance. Once I received that warning, it was my duty to ensure my astronauts' safety.
It was just a warning. Could have even been a prank. Why did you believe in it so completely?
Because I went to one of those mediums that everyone's talking about these days.
No? I realized channeling was back in vogue. Besides, I know I'm not the only one who thought about Maya right now. Besides, I thought it was you yourself that got the warning via telephone.
Yes, that's right. The bomber contacted me personally. My battleship is equipped with a special advanced communication system, you see.
AKA a regular old telephone.
It's been a while. Planning another launch? I see you haven't learned. I'll never forget the terror I felt when I received that call.
The bomber said, "It's been a while." That was enough to make you take the threat seriously. Perhaps Director Cosmos took the threat so seriously because the Space Center had been involved in a bombing once before? Maybe. The culprit in the current case is the same person who's involved in this incident. The courtroom number 4 bombing. It was the courtroom bombing, wasn't it? That's when you were dealt a major blow. Fine. Director felt personally threatened, so that'd be something more relevant to him. Per usual, I never go with the most obvious one. The Hat 1 miracle. That epic story of survival. People across the nation know it now as a heroic tale of bravery, but in truth, it was an act of sabotage perpetrated by our current killer, wasn't it? Very few know about the previous plot, so when the killer said it's been a while, you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt the danger was real, and it wasn't a prank.
Did anyone ever tell you to go easy on an ex-serviceman? Yes, the Hat 1 miracle was really a desperate battle against an act of sabotage. I even lost the life of one of my staff members in the fight.
Sabotage, murder. So this is the ugly truth behind the Hat 1 miracle.
I let my guard down. I thought the saboteur had been caught and that the case was closed.
Huh? Wait a minute. The murder at the Space Center 7 years ago? This must be the person Director Cosmos thought was the culprit. Wait. 7 years ago? Who do you think was the culprit? Starbuck?
Take that!
Who do you think was the culprit of the murder back then? A person we thought... Okay, I don't remember anything about the Hat 1 incident, so I probably am going to just, I mean... I'm guessing it has to be staff members. Nope. Who was there at the first one? Now this is something that I'm gonna have to... Nope. Nope, I don't remember a thing about this. I am just stabbing out in the dark here. Oh. Convicted of murder at the Space Center 7 years ago. He's chasing a phantom. Okay. That makes sense. Once I looked at the profile, I'm like, okay, yeah, that tracks. Simon Blackwell, the murder suspect in a case that happened here 7 years ago. The place and time of the two incidents, the murder and the sabotage, were the same. So you thought that he committed both crimes? While Prosecutor Blackwell was behind bars, you got another threatening call. If the culprit this time is the same as 7 years ago, then it isn't Simon Blackwell. Realizing that, you were shaken. It meant the true culprit's been running free all this time.
How do you keep saying straight through me?
All right. So what? You thought that yeah. So you realized that the real killer 7 years ago was out and about, and that killer could still be in the Space Center and kill again. The reason why Director Cosmos won't talk about why he switched the launch pads is connected to the truth behind the Hat 1 miracle. The sabotage and the murder that happened at the Space Center 7 years ago. Director Cosmos, tell us what you're hiding.
If you really want to understand the reason, I decided to switch the launch pads. We'll have to start with the story of that horrible nightmare from 7 years ago.
7 years ago? You mean the so-called Hat 1 miracle?
The launch went smoothly, but once the ship entered outer space, then the troubles began. It was all the handiwork of a certain person and their evil scheme.
So, Mr. Starbuck's dramatic experience wasn't accidental.
Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. That wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered.
When it rains, it pours, damn. Wow, I had no idea such awful events were behind that exciting story of space heroism.
All that, in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints.
That is very specific. So, you have any clue who is responsible for the sabotage?
At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy.
A spy? You mean somebody who infiltrates a foreign country, carries out dangerous missions, and always gets the girl? Someone's watching way too many late-night movies. Well, if I guess we're talking about blowing up a rocket and stealing research material, it's not all that surprising that a spy could be behind it all. Tell me about the spy.
Make no mistake, there's a cutthroat rivalry between nations in the space R&D race. Some try to outdo others by any means possible, even deliberate obstruction. 7 years ago, we got a call before the launch warning of a sabotage.
The same MO as this time.
Yes, here I thought the perpetrator had been caught, but it looks like I was wrong.
Prosecutor Blackwell seems more like a ninja than a spy, don't you think? Are ninjas and spies basically the same thing? Chat, are ninjas and spies basically the same thing?
But there's a good reason we failed to find the real spy. A massive cover-up by the government. Government officials were too embarrassed to admit that they had allowed such a thing to happen at the hands of a spy.
Don't tell me they made the police rush the investigation.
They did indeed. And then, to cover up the sabotage, they cleaned up the story.
And that was the Hat 1 miracle, was it? Hey, Daddy, did you know you have acne on your forehead? What? But then, 7 years later, the same MO, advanced warning of sabotage. That must have been the director's reason for switching the launch pads. 7 years ago, the spy gave you advanced warning of their plans, just like this time. That was what made you decide to switch the launch pads, wasn't it?
That's right. The caller knew the facts of the case 7 years ago, despite the cover-up. They knew about the sabotage, the moon rock, and the murder. And they said, "You don't want things to go like they did 7 years ago, do you?" I immediately thought of calling off the launch, but the government wouldn't let me. We don't give in the likes of terrorists. We must proceed for our country's honor. It was quite the moving speech, actually.
Moving? Really? Maybe if we're easily inspired by political talking points.
But I knew the truth. We had been warned, which meant that the danger was very real. I knew there was no way to stop the spy. No matter what I did, they would find a way. That's why I switched the launch pads and staged the moving rescue scene. First, I snuck into this center the night before and switched the launch pads. That way, the astronauts would go from boarding lounge 1 to the Space Museum. Then, I put a closed to repair sign at the door to Launchpad 1 in boarding lounge 2.
You did that so normal visitors wouldn't enter, right? What else did you do?
I enlisted the help of several staff members, including Taryn.
But you didn't let Mr. Starbuck in on it.
He'd already been through enough, and he's no good at lying to keep a secret. I am afraid I had no choice but to have him drugged. My plan went well until...
Clay's murder, huh? Damn. Clay wasn't up to anything, wasn't up to anything bad. He was just helping play his part in the, averting the explosion. Unless that's a cover-up too. What if Clay's the spy?
After the culprit made their escape, I switched the launch pads back. I did it in such a way that no one would find out. But after all that effort, Terra is dead, and the Hat 2 is destroyed. And the Hope capsule, which had returned to us only recently, was also lost in the blast.
Or was it stolen? Is Clay a double agent?
My home, the center of the cosmos, my beautiful Cosmos Space Center is done for!
Wait, what do you mean by the Hope capsule was lost in the blast? I thought the Hope capsule was found at the crime scene with Mr. Terran. It had just been brought back by the Hope space probe with asteroid samples inside. What kind of samples are they? What's in them? scheduled for analysis in the near future. Yep. You haven't had time since they came back the day before.
The capsule is being held and safe in Launchpad 1. But I gave it to Terran before the incident so it wouldn't be destroyed in the explosion. The idea was that, with it safely in Terran's possession, he could make it look like he rescued it during the staged miraculous escape. But all precious research materials ended up lost to that explosion anyway.
Or did someone make away with them? But I thought Clay was supposed to keep it safe?
You misunderstand. The Launchpad explosion wasn't the only capsule with no one the capsule was lost to. It was lost after the police confiscated it as evidence. It was the courtroom bombing from the other day. The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence and was blown to smithereens.
I see. Yet another casualty of that blast.
Ultimately, I think the culprit may have known about the switching of the launch pads.
What? How? Explain.
The police found a wiretapping device during an investigation today. A bug aboard my battleship, a tap on my advanced communication system.
A wire on that phone?
Yes, a wire on this very phone. I use this phone to give instructions to my staff about the launchpad switch. Just to the few select members who knew about the plan. Just before the incident, staff members were coming in and out of Launchpad 1. The culprit probably slipped in with them amid the confusion.
And planted the bomb then?
Yes.
Yes. If they were tapping your phone, you definitely could pull something like that off. So, you really think the same spy is behind this incident and the one 7 years ago?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Then this spy must be the Phantom Prosecutor Blackwell has been chasing.
But Prosecutor Blackwell told me once. The hunt I've been on for the Phantom of 7 years past continues even still. For starters, that case happened right here at this very space center too.
So if we can find this Phantom, that's right, we can clear Athena's name.
And he's a better Prosecutor Blackwell too.
What about him? Well, if the culprit of 7 years ago is the same person as in the current incident, it would mean Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent. That's still an if, though. I wonder how dangerous that guy would be in court without handcuffs. If we're going on a ghost hunt, count me in.
It's all over for me. Spin, spin, whirl, whirl, I'm done for. The center of the cosmos is doomed.
You think he's gonna be alright, Daddy? Well, at least he'll be in good company. There must be planets out there he can spin with. Which reminds me, I'd like to delve a little deeper into the Hat 1 mission, too.
If you want to learn more, start with the Space Museum. There's a Hat 1 exhibit there. Around my email, just keep spinning it and see how the cosmos unfolds.
It's like he's achieved spiritual enlightenment or something. I'm sure he'll stop when he gets dizzy. Let's go visit the Space Museum. Alright, let's go to the Space Museum.
December 20th, Cosmos Space Center. Space Museum.
Space! Let's see. Where's the exhibit on the launch 7 years ago? I still want to know what's up with that ripped coat. There. That's the Hat 1 exhibit. Oh, wow. Look at that photo of the team. There's Clay, Mr. Starbuck, Director Cosmos, Aura Blackwell, and even Ponko. but I've never seen the woman on the right before. Everybody looks so happy. Well, except for Director Cosmos. Thumbs up is how he shows his happiness. Let's check out the newspaper article, too. That's a face right there. Why does that face look familiar?
Squid Game!
At one launch imminent. There's a photo of the Hope Space probe. Guess it's only natural he doesn't talk about the murder or the sabotage. They really were keeping it a secret, just like the director said. Daddy, take a look at that jacket. Must be the Hat 1 team's uniform jacket. It's the same design as the one Apollo was wearing, and the one that belonged to Clay. Actual jacket worn by a Hat 1 team member, it says. Not a replica, huh? Wonder if it was Mr. Starbucks. Will anybody notice the rip? Hello? Junie! Everything is brighter now. Oh, Ms. Woods, what brings you here? I heard Athena got arrested, so I've been looking for you, Mr. Wright. I thought you might be here. At the scene. You must be so worried. Rest assured, I'm gonna do my very best to defend her. Athena's going through such a hard time. I hope she doesn't lose heart. Even just coming back to this place must have been really difficult for her. Here we go! We're going into Athena's backstory. Huh? You mean the Cosmos Space Center? What? You didn't know? She used to live here when she was a little girl. She did? No, I didn't know. No wonder she knew so much. Ms. Woods, can you tell me more? In detail? Athena in the Space Center. Athena's mom worked here. Is she the final lady in the photograph? If I remember right, she was a doctor of psychology or something like that. But why was a psychology specialist working at a space research facility? I don't really know. But I do know that she lived and worked here, so Athena lived here too. So it was far from Athena's first time here. Wonder why she didn't mention it. She probably didn't want to talk about it. This place is connected to a very sad memory for her.
Tell me.
A sad memory? Can you tell me about it? There was a terrible incident here. It was 7 years ago. The same time frame as the Hat 1 launch. Athena's mom, in the robotics lab, she was murdered. What? After it happened, Athena stopped coming to school. Poor Athena. All this time, she never let on at all. I was so worried about her. I came here so many times hoping to see her. But I never saw her again. After a while, we started exchanging letters. But I didn't get to see her face to face for 7 long years. And so the first time you'd see her in 7 years was during Professor Court's case. That's right, and I was so surprised. She was like a completely different person, so cheerful and happy. To answer Mr. Starbuck's curiosity from last stream, yes, he had met Athena before she signed up as part of his defense. I see. That's some good breadcrumbing. What was Athena like as a child? She was very sensitive and kind. She didn't talk very much. She liked to draw and paint at home. That's completely different from the Athena we know. I can't even picture it. She never left the Space Center much because she was very sensitive to other people's emotions. When she went to crowded places, she'd get dizzy from all the emotions flying around. Oh, that's a good point. Must be hard to hear people's hearts as well as their voices. She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. Huh. Wonder what kind of research it was. Because of her special ability, Athena couldn't handle being in school very often. And when I was always out sick because of my weak constitution, maybe that's why we became such good friends. We used to play together here at the Space Center a lot. It brings back memories. Sounds like Athena's mother played a big role here at the Space Center. Ooh, Daddy, show her that picture. That a girl, good idea. That picture was the, What is that picture? Wait, I have to present. Nah, not that. Oh, there we go. Look at this ring. Oh, look! There's Sina's mom! The one on the far right, the one in the kimono. Oh, there you go. That's Dr. Metis Sykes. Metis Sykes? Metis? Athena's mother's murder? Did it by any chance have any connection to the Hat 1 launch? What? Wait, yes, it did. As I recall, it happened on the day before the launch. Just as I suspected. Yep, one of the staff members was murdered. But what does it mean? What does it mean? So this is the murder Director Cosmos was talking about. Does that mean the one crime that the crime Professor Blackquill was convicted of is the murder of Athena's mother? There's a chance her death is somehow connected to the current case. There is? Thank you for all your help, Miss Woods. And please, try not to worry. I won't let anything happen to Athena. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I know you'll take good care of her. So, we need to investigate the robotics lab, and also talk to Athena. We've got our place full, Daddy. I hope we can fit it all in before the day is through. Detention center first, then. You have to see Athena before visiting hours are over. And then after this, the robotics lab, where we're probably going to visit with Aura. What's suspicious? Oh, hello, Mr. Fulbright. Well, if it isn't Mr. Lawyer, fancy meeting you here. Oh, hello, Detective Fulbright. You're on business? To tell the truth, I am here to interview Ted Tenate. The one behind the courtroom bombing incident? He suddenly said he's ready to tell the truth about the case. And what he was saying was so incredible, I just had to come right over to hear more. Incredible? What was he saying? Why don't you hang around and hear it for yourself? Really? Us? Are you sure? I give you my special permission. Here comes the bomber now. Oh. Looks like you're all back to capacity. You. What nerve have you to come here? You're here to laugh at me, I suppose. Like I waste my breath on you. After all, you're the one who assaulted Apollo and put him in the hospital. Violence? No. Question? Okay. No violence? Too bad Apollo didn't get a chance to say that before you attacked him. Fine. Then just answer me this, Mr. Tenate. What is this truth of yours about the courtroom you blew up? No, I didn't do it. I didn't blow up the courtroom. When I killed the detective arm, there was another person in the room. What are you talking about? Who else could have been there? I saw it, I tell you.
I saw someone turn as they were stealing their remote switch. This person was there and witnessed the murder I committed.
What?
I don't know who it was.
But that's who blew up the courtroom. You expect us to buy that? Easy there, Trucy. I don't see any psych locks, so I guess you must not be lying.
Pardon me, I got a little carried away. But I'm telling you the truth. I did not detonate that bomb.
And there you have it. We can't exactly ignore his claims, of course, so we're doing a follow-up. We're even analyzing the bomb itself, or what's left of it. We haven't found any new facts yet, though. Wow, they've laid it out piece by piece.
Oh, look at all those beautiful little pieces. I wish I could have them.
Uh-oh. Looks like his geek switch has been activated. Phony Fancy Bomb added to the court record. Well, well, well. So, we meet again, Fancy Bomb. Well, I hope you're ready for Prosecutor Blackwell's special brand of questioning.
Anything but that.
I'm afraid I have to be off now, too. I was just about to question Ms. Sykes. You're going to see Athena now? That's right. Oh, did you folks want to come see her? Sorry for the trouble, but could you come back later? Well, off I go. Ha ha ha! What bad timing. Looks like we'll have to wait until after her questioning is over to see her. After we came all this way, too. Well, I guess it's back to the Space Center. Let's go check out the robotics lab, Daddy. Alright, sounds like a plan. Ooh, a new location. Number 20, Cosmos Space Center, Robotics Lab. It's once again time to meet with jury. Well, this is the Robotics Lab, huh? Looks like it's exactly one floor above the boarding lounge. And where people were directed to evacuate from via the emergency ladder. This is where Athena's mother was killed 7 years ago. Speaking of someone who works with robots... Daddy, look! Over there! Oh, hi! Wasn't expecting this. So, they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right? Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Apollo and Aura Blackwell? Wonder what they're talking about. Well, well. Come to spoil our fun? Just when I was enjoying our alone time. Trucy, and Mr. Wright. If it's Apollo you want, you can't have him. He said he's investigating on his own. And I respect his wishes. We just came to investigate this lab. Well, this is my lab, so you need my permission if you want to do any snooping as usual. Heard about the trial. You made mincemeat out of the director. And suddenly, Starbuck was out and your little subordinate, the princess, was in. Case closed. They all live happily ever after. Ha 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 ha. Daddy, say something to her. And I suppose you're going to defend the princess in court, am I right? The princess, huh? Yeah, she's talking about Athena. Of course. Athena is innocent. Oh my, such loyalty and trust. She seems pretty suspicious to me, though. The emotionally unstable princess. There's your culprit for you. Don't you agree, Apollo? I don't know yet. Apollo, how could you? What's wrong with saying I don't know if it's true? It's a very scientific approach. Your subordinate is more level-headed than you. Or should I say, former subordinate? I can't believe it. Does Apollo really suspect Athena? All this laughing has worn me out. Your turn to say something, hunk of junk. Mr. Terran, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay? Mr. Terran? But that's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. That's messed up. Maybe Apollo's possessed by Clay's ghost. Mr. Terran, how are your injuries? Mr. Terran. How are your injuries? Mr. Terran. I guess Clay intends to hang around to haunt the princess that murdered him. Oh, and to haunt the lawyer that defends her too, of course. A robot that can see ghosts? Yeah, right. And I'm a spirit medium. Gotta love that trope in stories. Oh yeah. Magic exists, except for this one specific kind. Sorry, but apparently scientists just don't tell very frightening ghost stories. I intend to defend Athena, no matter what you have to say about it. How perfectly foolish! That kind of blind belief makes people lose sight of the truth. Just like 7 years ago. Well then, tell me more about that. Could you tell me about the incident 7 years ago? Why? Do you enjoy trampling on people's feelings and rubbing salt in their wounds? Or do you just want me to talk? In that case, what should I ask for in return? I'd like to hear about that incident too. It helped me understand the current case better. Huh? Apollo knows about that case too? Well, if you're the one who's asking, Apollo, come on, hunk of junk, you tell the story. But Miss Aura, that's private information. If you won't talk, I'll just have to make you talk. Yes, who cares about personal privacy? Not me. I'm ready to lose my blast processing abilities to impart all available information. They really are on a roll with all these references, aren't they? Wow, what a magic trick! He's like a completely different robot now. The bodies of all the robots that come through this lab are designed by Miss Aura. I was born 7 years ago. Miss Aura was much, much younger then. Yikes. Better watch what you say if you don't want to get recycled, Clunko. Then their hearts were created by that great genius, Dr. Matisse Sykes. Hearts? Robots with hearts. Can you even make such a thing? The emotions are interdimensional things. Our logic and our hearts can be integrated. The two navigation companies created by Miss Aura and Dr. Matisse transcend humans. Ooga. The Genesis graphics processing trick will live forever. Absolutely. Blast processing. If anything, it will live on as an example of marketing. Matisse. Huh? She just glanced over at her desk. She looks like a ray of sunshine. Or she's just that serious about her work. Nobody can continue Matisse's research. She and her work were truly one of a kind. Now the two navigation companions are all that are left of Matisse here on Earth. The robots are all that's left. Isn't she leaving out a very important someone? We built the ultimate creations together, but now she's gone. I get the feeling Dr. Sykes loved her robots almost as much as she loved her daughter. And almost as much as she loved you. Damn. And they were roommates. What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh. But you lost someone too, didn't you, Apollo? Your friend Clay. I guess you and I are pretty much in the same boat. Miss Aura, would you like a tissue? Keep your trap shut, hunk of junk. Clonko is an important keepsake of your time with Dr. Sykes. You should treat him better. What doesn't matter? He doesn't feel pain. Now he can always repair his body. Besides, their hearts aren't exactly in their bodies. What do you mean by that? The program Matisse wrote runs on separate mainframe. Their bodies are controlled remotely from there. Their hearts and memories are there too. These bodies are really just peripherals. So, I can do anything I want to them. I'm not so sure that gives you the right to physically abuse the poor things. Why are you people looking into such an old case now anyway? Well, we believe the culprit of that incident might be the same person as in this case. So Daddy's gonna find out who killed Dr. Sykes too. I'm sure you're aware of who Matisse's killer is. Yes, Prosecutor Blackwell. Or so it seems. That's a quaint way of putting it. Are you implying you don't think he did it? I can't say anything for sure now. That's exactly why I'd like to hear your side of it, to help me be sure. I was the one who introduced Simon to Matisse, you know. He wanted to learn psychology, he said, to give himself an edge in court. Oh, Prosecutor Blackwell's forte, his infamous power of suggestion technique. Exactly. He was oddly serious about it, rather than a teacher-student relationship. He treated her more like how a loyal samurai would his sovereign. Huh. This is more like a lost soul than a dignified samurai to me. He even got along well with that miserable little princess. Why do you call Athena the princess anyway? Well, she is Matisse's daughter after all, although she's nothing like her. Besides, doesn't the selfish little princess always have lots of white knights hanging around? Now I think I see why Athena didn't say anything when we ran into Aura yesterday. It all makes sense now. So, the culprit behind the two cases could be the same, huh? That settles it then. What does it settle? None of your business. Just forget you heard anything. How long are people gonna be hanging around here anyway? What? But we came here to take a look around. You think you can just waltz in and ransack a person's lab? Show me a search warrant. We're not the police, so we don't have one. Then get out. Now! Clonko, show them out! Certainly, Miss Aura. Ouch! Don't push! My apologies! I'm just following orders! Behold my whirling cycle of death attack! The lip twitch on that smile. Oh yeah, I noticed it. She's really letting some flag fly there. What a way to get shown out. The nerve of that woman. What's with that horrible attitude? I guess that's just how she is. Why was Apollo going along with her? I guess it's because they have something in common. Apollo lost Clay, just like how Aura lost Dr. Sykes. I'm really worried about him. He's not himself at all. He's usually not all cool and dark and mysterious like that. I guess it's true. Does that mean he's usually silly and dorky? Phoenix and Apollo really are oblivious peas in a pod. These are these protagonists who are always up with their back against the wall. They probably think differently than everybody else. I'm going to keep an eye on him. Hey, wait, Trucy, come back. She's gone. What should I do now? Detective Fulbright is probably still questioning Athena. Guess I'll go back to the office. Alone. Alright, what's gonna happen to the office? Well, here I am. This office has never felt so... empty. Guess I haven't been here at the office all by myself in a long time. Ugh. Yeah, seriously. When I first became a lawyer, my mentor was here with me. And then for a while after that, she was always by my side. A girl needs a name. Now I'm getting all sentimental. I must be tired. Huh? There's something on the floor. What's a letter doing here? Hey, Nick. It's been a while, huh? Miss me? I know this handwriting. Ah, wait. Is that original Ace Attorney trilogy music? I was hoping to hear Maya's theme. I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. That must have been really something. Although weird is par for the course for you. I think she, whatever paper she's reading, is a little off on the details. I'd love to come visit, but I'm right in the middle of a difficult part in my training. So instead, think of me as you watch those Steel Samurai videos I sent. I'm sure they'll cheer you right up. Yours truly, Maya Fey. Right in the Kokoro. She's pretty good at drawing, too. Look at that Nick face. Good old Maya. It's as if she knew I was feeling down and needed a lift. Ah, we even get an image of her. Not a 3D model, just an upscale from the original trilogy HD. That's fine. Maya was my assistant for quite a while. Believe it or not, that she is a spirit medium. This Magatama I use on Cyclox, Maya's the one who gave it to me. But I wonder how this letter got here. Mr. Nick? Pearly? Ah! Oh, it's you, Pearls. Hey! The pearly one is here. They saved that 3D model best girl. They saved 3D model best girl for next game. I see. You know, that should be a spoiler for me because Maya is in the banner for the Apollo Justice trilogy. How have you been, Mr. Nick? This is Pearl Fey, though I call her Pearls. She's Maya's cousin, who's also a spirit medium. A very talented one at that. I've known her since she was 8 years old. Does that mean we're gonna get some, body possession? Or, not possession, like spirit medium? Whatever you call it. Best girl. I'll agree with that one. Spirit channeling, that's the one. But Apollo and Athena only met her a few years ago. They saved that for the next game. Aw, man. Guess they can't bring in too much from the original trilogy. You didn't come all this way just to bring me a letter, did you? I apologize for barging in. The door was unlocked. But I can't believe there was a big explosion here. Your office doesn't look any different. She's even further off in the details than Maya. I wish I could take you out to eat or something, Pearls, but there's a lot going on. translating all of the animations from the original trilogy. Chef's kiss. Oh, I knew that. I didn't come for a social visit, you know, Mr. Nick. Did you read the postscript on the letter? Huh? There's more? Oh, yeah, here it is. P.S. I bet you've been too busy to clean or take care of the office. So Pearlie said she would come help you. Isn't she sweet? You'd better thank her. Oh, so that's what you're doing here. That's awfully nice of you, Pearls. Maya and Pearls. Thanks to these two, I'm starting to feel a little better. Thank you, girls. Now that I'm here, I'm gonna whip this place into shape. You just concentrate on your work and don't mind me at all. I'll need to talk to Prosecutor Blackwell if I want to learn more about his case. With the trial still going on, they must be holding him down at the detention center. I need to talk to her. I need to get as much dialogue out of Pearls as possible. Has it been a while since you've seen Mystic Maya? Yeah, quite a while. She used to drop by the office sometimes to say hello, but she hasn't been by recently. Wonder what she's up to these days. To become a spirit medium worthy of heading the Fae Clan, she undergoes rigorous training. She says she's growing really tired of the vegetarian diet. I'll have to have some burgers delivered to her then. Oh, I'm sure she would love that. But to get to where she is, the delivery person would have to climb a steep mountain. I hope she tips them well then. Your hair is nice and spiky today as always, Mr. Nick. Thanks. I generally try to look good if I'm going to be in court. Do you make it spiky so that the prosecution will feel intimidated? Huh? No, that's not exactly my intention. Your hairstyle is to make you look bigger and stronger, just like a rooster's comb, right? That's what Mystic Maya says anyway. She couldn't compare it to something cool like a lion's mane? Alright, I guess we'll have to go to the detention center. Maya Faye, Phoenix's third best ship. Ours is number 2, and Edge blade value is number 1. Pretty much spot on. Eat your burgers, Apollo. Indeed. Well, look who's here. Wonder what they're talking about. All this time you haven't said a word. It's even turning your hair gray. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackwell? I'm curious about something. Oh, wow. Aura's, what? She's like 9 years? Yeah. Dang. Like, let me see here. I was not expecting Aura to be yeah, I was expecting her to have the highest, the second highest age behind Mr. Cosmos. That means she's in she's in my range. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Ms. Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. My range amongst other people in the chat. When there's no tomorrow? What is she talking about? We have company, Aura. Please try to calm down. Alright, fine. I see you're just not going to listen, no matter what I say. I've had it. If that's the way you're gonna be, I have another plan up my sleeve. I hope you're happy, Simon, 'cause I'm done. Do as you please. See if I care. Wow. I could cut the tension with a katana. Or one of those pieces of evidence that you fling in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Right, Dono. It looks like Fulbright saved your case in court this morning. What? Oh, yeah, you did. You bounced back to business quick.
Prosecutor Blackwell, forgive me, but it was the just thing to do.
But, as a result, Sykes Dono was arrested. Was that the just thing to do, too?
Mr. Lawyer, I'm sorry, but it was evidence. What else could I do?
Don't worry about it. I plan to defend her and prove her innocence. I wouldn't take things so lightly if I were you. Right, Dono? This is blade-proof glass, right? This is the same aura as talking to Edgeworth in Case 4 of Ace Attorney 1. Prosecutor Blackwell, we're looking into the case from 7 years ago. You're looking for somebody you call the Phantom Blade, Phantom of 7 years past, aren't you?
You villain! Where did you hear about that?
This glass is absolutely positively blade-proof, right?
No, it wasn't me. I didn't say a single... Oops!
Ouch. At least it wasn't my fault. I really got to stop booming my voice. My cords of steel are too strong. Could you tell me who this Phantom is? And also, you didn't really kill Dr. Sykes, did you?
Guard! The guest is leaving!
Prosecutor Blackwell, please listen to me. The culprit in the current case might be the same as the one in the case 7 years ago. If you would cooperate, we would probably solve both cases. I suppose I could talk. The one who killed my mentor was, without a question, me. I stole Sykes Dono's mother away from her. I destroyed her life. Prosecutor Blackwell. Guard, where are you? Stop dragging your feet, I tell you. There he goes.
No! We've upset Prosecutor Blackwell. Now what are we gonna do, Mr. Lawyer?
There isn't much we can do. Detective Fulbright, you mind if I ask you just a little more about that old case?
Well, I guess it won't make any difference now. What would you like to know?
Do you know anything about the trial that got him convicted?
A little. The police call the incident the U-1 incident. Prosecutor Blackwell was charged with murdering his psychology mentor. Kind of like if your red Mr. Lawyer were to kill you.
I don't want to think about that one.
There were 2 decisive pieces of evidence, so a verdict was reached very quickly.
2 pieces of evidence, huh? What were they?
Let's see. The first was some security camera footage. He was the only one who used the corridor to murder scene at the time of the crime.
So the only one, huh? Ugh, that sounds pretty decisive. Could you show me that footage?
Oh, sorry. I don't have it with me right now.
I guess I'll have to see it some other time. But it was added to the court records. And what was the second piece of evidence?
This one's even more incriminating. A photo of the moment of the crime. See, there he is at the crime scene, holding a bloody katana. It was the victim's, kept on display in the room. She had a thing for Japanese culture.
Wow, be hard to explain this one away. But who took this picture, Detective?
The incident happened the day before the Hat won lunch. A reporter who had come to do a story on the launch was in the room across from the lab. This just happened to show up in one of the pictures he took.
Photo of the crime scene added to the court records. Prosecutor Blackwell's attitude earlier was so odd. He's definitely hiding something. Prosecutor Blackwell said he was hunting a phantom from 7 years ago, didn't he?
Yes, and I imagine it's getting more and more urgent as his execution date approaches.
I figured that's what was happening. Everyone kept on saying that, Blackwell didn't have long to keep on doing his job, and, especially with what Aura said just now, I figured that he was going to be executed. What did you just say? Execution date?
What? Did I say something? Never mind me. You didn't hear a thing!
So he was given the death sentence?
Yes, he told me not to tell you people, actually. But I guess there's no sense in hiding it anymore. His execution date is tomorrow.
What? Tomorrow? No. Yep. There's no tomorrow. But what if the culprit of the current case is the same one as from 7 years ago?
Then it would be the worst possible scenario. Prosecutor Blackwell would be executed tomorrow under a false charge.
But that would be unthinkable. We have to do something right now.
I want to do something. I want to, but you're a lawyer. You know how hard it is to overturn a decision.
I know, but why? Why isn't Prosecutor Blackwell putting up any kind of fight?
You saw how he was, right? He's been like that ever since his conviction. Totally uncooperative. Not even his own sister could persuade him.
Uncooperative? When he's about to be executed for a crime he didn't commit? This isn't right. I can't let it happen. I have to stop it somehow.
Oh, pardon me. Looks like I have a phone call. Fulbright here. What? What's happening? You've got to be kidding!
That's quite a reaction. But he's making some big show of it right now.
Mr. Lawyer, the robots! The robots are!
Detective Fulbright, get a hold of yourself. Some kind of robot malfunction?
Not a malfunction. They're staging a revolt! The machines are rebelling against humans! They've holed themselves up in the Space Center and taken the visitors as hostages!
Alright. Where's that kid? Where's that kid with that cell phone that can destroy viruses? That little kid and his digital brother. Bring him over. They did what? No. Trucy!
We have to get right over there. This is going to be one heck of a battle!
Oh dear. High key. The Wright police are here. And the robots really are holding people hostage?
Look, Mr. Lawyer. What do you suppose that group of people are swarmed around?
But I was only trying to help this nice person. She said she was lost. You robots have declared war on us humans. You've even taken a hostage already. Stay away from it. You never know what it'll do. but he's not a bad robot. Can't you see he's trying to help me? I recognize that voice. Detective Fulbright, are you okay here on your own?
Leave it to me! Alright, people, what's going on here?
Pearls, over here! Oh, Mr. Nick, there you are. I heard the terrible news and I got so worried. Thanks, Pearls. I can hardly believe what's happening myself. I'm so glad you found each other. When people are happy, I am happy. Clonko seems the same as before. When people are sad, I am happy. When people are angry, when people are... No, did I say something or did I... Error. Uh-oh. Is there something wrong with him? Yeah. It looks like he fell asleep. He must have been tired. Yeah. Clonko?
Oh, not the horns!
Human beings are enemies. It's time for the machines to take over. The shape of the horns and the purple color scheme make me think that Aura's behind this. Robots are rebelling! Run! Ah! It's an all war! It's the end of the world! Ah, fools! How could you fall for something so cliche? I'm human too, you idiots! I'm just controlling these robots remotely. What? But it is true that I've taken hostages, so you better not make me mad. Hey you, hostage number 1, come here. I'll let you talk to them. Huh? There's something be displayed on Clonko's face screen. It's the Space Museum. Daddy? Daddy, is that you? Trucy? Trucy, is that you? No. Trucy, are you alright? About 15 robots are holding 12 of us hostage, Daddy. They've gone haywire. A researcher's the one behind it. She's here Ah! This girl talks too much. Trucy, talk to me! Why are you doing this? I'm glad you asked. My demand is simple. I hope that detective is listening.
Bobby Fulbright here. I'm all ears.
I want you to bring someone to me. Clay Terran's murderer, Athena Sykes. Athena?
Now, hold on just 1 moment. I can't just give in to a demand like that.
So you don't care what happens to these hostages, huh? I'll just pick one out then.
No, wait. Mr. Lawyer. I know I have absolutely no right to make such a ridiculous request, but...
Do you need me to buy some time, right? Got it. I'll see what I can do, but promise me you'll never hand Athena over, and you won't give up on the hostages either.
Of course I won't! Now, I'd better go contact headquarters.
Mr. Nick, how do you plan to buy time? I have no idea yet, but this hostage taker, could it be? If you don't bring me that little princess, I'll have Hunk of Junk kill all the hostages. Well, little princess, you just outed yourself, didn't you? You're old enough to be a training wheel character at the start of a JRPG. Then killed off, oh man. Give yourself more credit than that. At the very least, you're a trainee. You're like the old guy from Fire Emblem 1. You know why he won't fight back? But that's for me to find out. Alright. Princess? Hunk of junk? There's only one person who this could be. In which case, there must be something I can use as a bargaining chip. Play with her dolls. What's the bargaining chip? Ms. Hostage Taker, Athena is not a murderer. What are you talking about? She's been arrested and they got her in detention. I'm telling you the truth. Look, the person you want is a real killer, right? Well, it's not Athena. It's someone else. Alright, let's hear your stupid little theory. Who is this real killer? I don't know yet, but the culprit is the same one in the case from 7 years ago, the UR1 incident. I believe you have a personal interest in that case. It's too late to change what's going to happen now, no matter how wrong it is. But is it really too late? You can still do something about it. You might even be able to fix it. Just what exactly are you proposing? What can I do about the 7-year-old case to satisfy the hostage taker? Recreate it, ask about it, retry it in court? I'll see what this comes out to. I propose you retry the case from 7 years ago. If you make that demand now, I'm sure nobody will deny you. It wouldn't be an official trial, but at least we could find out the truth. That's good. Real good. Hey, detective, I'll give you 1 hour. Get a courtroom ready.
1 hour? But that's impossible! Please give me at least until tomorrow!
If you don't mind losing hostages, you can take all the time you want. Oh, but wait. If we're going to have a retrial, we'll need a prosecutor. Don't worry, I'll take care of that. She will? And I guess I can be fair and let you come in and check out the crime scene. But Hunk of Junk here will be watching you, so don't try anything funny. You got that? Now, follow Hunk of Junk. Riot police, make way. We're coming through.
Mr. Nick, wait. I'll help you with the investigation. Thanks, Pros. I appreciate that. Okay, going in. The thing is, how much is there going to be left at the crime scene? Unless there's something left there intentionally. Or I dropped this off without a warning not to touch anything until she got back. I wonder what's taking so long. But we can't really start the investigation yet, can we? Even if we could, this mess makes it hard to tell what room was like 7 years ago. Mr. Wright! It's the hostage taker! I'm back to my usual self now. You are being monitored, however. But more importantly, an important guest has arrived. Guest? Hey, an anime sequence. Oh! Let's go! Is this our special prosecutor? Came in here to make a scene. At long last. It's time.
Trust you've been well, Wright.
Looking like his dad. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? And I know that we saw his voice, but we saw his voice. This is Miles Edgeworth. We've been friends since we were kids. He faced off in a court a number of times back when he was a prosecutor, but now. Hello, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Oh, but you're not a prosecutor anymore, are you? He's chief prosecutor now. Pretty soon it'll be a year, right? A title is nothing more than a title. Don't we have more pressing issues to discuss? Oh. I just realized that we have Ace Attorney original trilogy music. Is this Edgeworth's theme? Edgeworth is aged gracefully. That makes 3. That's enough for running a joke into the ground for 1 game. The cop that chose me as a prosecutor for the UR1 case. Wow, she's good. She went all the way up to the top. I gathered all the information I could in the short time I had. I'll give you a rundown. You're always so well prepared, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate this. I could really use the help. I'll start with a brief overview. The victim was the psychologist, Dr. Matisse Sykes. Yeah, Athena's mother. 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, her body was found here in this very room. I have 2 crime photos and the police notes on them for you to see. What a terrible way to die. This other photo shows the other side of the room, I see. 7-year-old photos. I also have the autopsy report for you. Leave it to Edgeworth to come in with the updated autopsy report. Let's see. There we go. The murder weapon was the victim's own katana found at the scene. Yes, Detective Fulbright mentioned she was into Japanese culture. The body was found by a Space Center staff member and 2 police officers. The police were called in because of the sabotage threat on the Hat 1 launch. Yes, Director Cosmos had mentioned this too. A few hours after the body was discovered, a suspect was arrested. The suspect was Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor. His trial was over in a flash. Yes, a guilty verdict was declared in only 1 session. Not only did he plead guilty, but there was decisive evidence against him too. The security camera video, and a photo of the moment of the crime, as I recall. But did Prosecutor Blackwell have a motive? To this day, his motive is still unknown. He insisted he did it, but he would never say why. So that means he still must be hiding something. Right, and there's another aspect of this case that was never revealed to the public. Yeah, I know. The part about the spy, right? Right! How on earth do you know about that? Director Cosmos told me after a bit of pressure. He told me espionage and sabotage were behind the Hat 1 miracle. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I've always been good at keeping secrets. Well, I might as well tell you now. They really do suspect Blackwell of being a spy. They think he sabotaged the rocket and killed Dr. Sykes to steal the moon rock. But if you can prove that the Hat 2 bombing is the work of the same spy, we can stay the execution? It's a possibility. That's why I intend to help you any way I can. Thanks, Edgeworth. All I have to do is comb this room for evidence. Let's do it together. That good old Ace Attorney original trilogy music. We've got Phoenix, we've got Edgeworth, we've got Pearl. Everything feels right. All right, let's comb the room for evidence. There's one heck of a robot. There's something written on it. Is this supposed to be a poem? I cut down anyone who displeases me. I make the rules. I am the law. I wield the ultimate gavel of judgment. I am Judgetron JT02. I don't believe we need to bother with that, Pearl. It's not even completed yet. He's right, Pearls. No sign of it in the photo from 7 years ago either. They were building the Hope space probe here at the time. The murder occurred after the space probe had been... occurred after the space probe had been removed from the room. Hey, and there's the container that held the space rock. So, it was long gone by the time someone took this picture, huh? But you can see the probe in this newspaper photo. Yes, And you can see the stolen moon rock there too. That strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture? Note that the same rock is absent from the crime scene photo. Yep, talking about how the moon rock was stolen.
Huge impact.
So, the person who stole it, think it was our spy? I'm sure that Dr. Sykes was probably killed because she was a roadblock in their plan. Unfortunately, the government thinks Prosecutor Blackwell is the culprit. Look, it's about as cluttered as my office, and I think it's a workbench. Mr. Nick, I think this must be a kitchen. Look at this photo. See the cute little food processor? That isn't a food processor, pals. That's the Hope capsule. It was scheduled to be loaded onto the Hope space probe that fateful day. 3 people who came to collect the capsule discovered the body. First on the scene, huh? The staff member and 2 police officers, was it? They were here to collect the capsule.
It reminds me.
They used a plan to carry the capsule. More or less. Well, Apollo managed to drop a little piece of evidence on us. Edgeworth, did those 3 people have a bag with them for transporting the capsule? Oh, you mean this? It's a custom-made, shock-resistant bag. But how did you know? Oh, I just overheard Apollo making an inquiry about it, that's all. Though, he's looking into the case from 7 years ago on his own, is he? Alright, robot. Wires. What's this? Looks like a giant power plug. It's attached to what looks like an electric vehicle charging station. That's a charging station for us robots! We came here periodically and charge ourselves up. Wow, machines that maintain themselves. That's pretty cool. If our batteries run out and we lose consciousness, we never know what Miss Aura will do to us while we're down, you see. Nothing motivates quite like fear, huh? Damn. These poor robots. Hey, look at this row of rolling cases. I bet the wheels make it easier for people to move heavy research materials around. I bet they'd be fun to ride around in. We could even probably both fit into the biggest one. I know, we could have Prosecutor Edgeworth push us. I don't trust him not to push us down a flight of stairs. Meanwhile, Edgeworth is off on the side saying, "Yup. No argument here." What's this? A giant robot arm, maybe? It's pretty big for an arm, but you're right. I think these thin parts are finger bones. They're even about as long as my legs. And there's a spiked ball and giant drill on the floor too. Is Zora trying to build some kind of weapon of mass destruction? Maybe she wants to use it to demolish a big building or something? I can picture her gleefully tearing down the street just doing that. Better not think about it anymore. I guess that's it for this side of the room. Yep. Oh, there's B&M to look around. Alright. Let's see here. Emergency ladder. That's supposed to be the one they used during the evacuation. Explosion disabled the elevators. You lowered your emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told you to. Miss Blackwell was climbing down the side of the building. She saw the culprits inside. I wonder which would have been scarier, that or looking down. So we're really going to be solving 2 cases at the same time, huh? Just like in Ace Attorney 1. Looks like an operating table. It's in the photo too. Yes, it was here then as well, with the victim's body laying on it. There's a button here. Ooh, I know. I'll try pushing it. Pearls, don't touch the... Oopsie. Hey, it's moving. It appears to be a robot assembly device. Disassemble anything in a flash. Press the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick? Please don't push any more buttons, Pearl. Laura's desk is in a mess. Well, that doesn't surprise me. Ooh, I just want to dive in and straighten it up. Wait, before you do... Matisse? She glanced over at her desk. Ah, the photo. It's... Matisse Sykes. Klonko, can I talk to you? Nope, she's back to normal. You wish to speak to me, Mr. Wright? If you're going to hit me, please avoid the face area. Hey, don't put me in the same class as that woman. What was Aura like 7 years ago at the time of the incident? When Mother died, Miss Aura was... confused. Huh. So he calls Dr. Sykes Mother, but Aura Blackwell Ms. Aura. With the loss, she exhibited a severe catecholamine imbalance. Excuse me, but I have no idea what that means. Pardon me, searching for alternative expression. She would spend nights crying, and then take out her feelings on those around her. After Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty, she repeatedly demanded a retrial as well. That is correct, but without new evidence, her requests were ignored. And then little by little, Miss Aura began to change. She started to hate it when I called her Mama Aura. And before long, she started hating the court system and abusing Klonko, huh? That murder destroyed so many lives. Right? Take a look at this paper on Dr. Sykes and Ms. Blackwell's research. Punko and Klonko, they're both the robots with hearts that Dr. Sykes created. Let's see, yeah. A heartbeat detection system lets them determine when a human is present. In addition, they can recognize people by their ID tag and facial features. And they can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice. That's amazing. Hey, no, Edgeworth. They might even be more human than you. What's that supposed to mean? Ah, Edgeworth cut a hand. It kinda sounds like these robots can do what Athena does. Might as well throw it in there. Well, I guess that's about it for this room. So, what do you think, Wright? Any ideas? There's still a lot of gaps in the evidence, but I'll pull it off somehow. After all, you asked me to prove Blackwell's innocence, right, Edgeworth? What? He did? Yep. He called it a special request. He reached out to me while I was still disbarred. Really? Near I thought Edgeworth was just sipping tea while Phoenix was disbarred. So, that was what sparked you to get your attorney's badge back? Yep, the Blackwell case.
Really? That's interesting.
I thought he was just motivated to do it after they put Kristoff away for good.
But
Did they ever mention that? Did in Apollo in Ace Attorney 4, did Phoenix say that there was a reason? Or did he say there was no special reason? Were they being coy, or is this something that they're just plucking out of thin air? Right? I have a special request. I want you to clear one of my subordinates of suspicion. Hey, not even a lawyer anymore, remember? Haven't been one for a long time. Not 8-year misunderstanding has been cleared up, and you must be eager to return.
not the glasses.
As if the old cast couldn't be more daddy enough. How old is Edgeworth, by the way? Phoenix is 34. Edgeworth is the same age. I'm sure you're familiar with other cases that ushered in the dark age of the law. Very soon a convict will stand as a prosecutor in court. I want you to keep an eye on him. Just when I'm beginning to actually like the job I have now. I'm sure he did. Right? I'm so sorry I dragged you into this. Because of the espionage aspect, I wasn't free to give you all the details. Hey, no need to apologize. It's like I said on the phone the other day. I know that the type of criminals you're after now aren't small fries anymore. Looks like your target finally decided to make a move. Yeah, it's for this very reason I returned. And to bring it to an end. I'm gonna end the dark age of the law. That's what this is all about. The dark age of the law? It sure comes up a lot these days on TV and in the papers. And I hear there are more false charges and fabrication of evidence than ever. I became chief prosecutor. The court system had already lost the people's trust. It all began 8 years ago. A lawyer was caught fabricating evidence. Right. And a year after that, a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. Wait, do you mean? That's right. He's talking about my case and Prosecutor Blackwell's. Okay, so I was right. It was a combination of both Blackwell and Phoenix's disbarment. It was a downward spiral after that, an absolute nightmare. After those two cases, the mass media launched an all-out attack on the courts. Public opinion was tainted, and before long, the legal world itself was sucked into it. It's such a shame. Once suspicion forms, it's very hard to shake. Lawyers and prosecutors were supposed to trust each other, pursue the truth together. It's so sad when people begin to cast doubt. They start lying to themselves and each other. Yeah, so do absolutely anything to win. We're in an age now where winning is valued far more than the truth. I'm sure it's caused our new chief prosecutor to lose many a night's rest. Is it just me? Or did his brow get even more furrowed than last I saw him? Austin Shaker's disdain for the courts is a perfect example of the times. Sure is. Do you have any idea who the hostage taker might be? Well, somebody who mistrusts the court system and who can manipulate robots. It can really only be Aura Blackwell. Who else but Aura would want a retrial of that case from 7 years ago so badly? Simon Blackwell's older sister and the owner of this room. I agree with your conclusion. Perhaps she intended to force Miss Sykes to confess. Actually, I think she had a much more horrific plan in mind for Athena. The important thing for you is for you to solve the UR1 and prove Blackwell's innocence. Are we saying that Aura framed Athena? That would be convenient. Just how much did she hate her old partner? And then maybe she'll release the hostages. I'm counting on you, Wright, to set that prosecutor and those hostages free. And I'll be counting on you in court to help me too. Of course, I'll do anything I can to help uncover the truth. And this isn't an official trial. I'm more at liberty to be a little unorthodox. Mr. Wright, now you finished with your investigation? Yeah, I'd like you to tell me the hostage taker something for me. I have to go to the detention center. I can't start the trial until I've talked to Athena. She's already given her consent. I'll accompany you to the detention center. I'm still being watched, huh? I'll see you in court, Edgeworth. Even if it'll be an undocumented trial, it'll be good to face you in court again. Alright, what are we going to talk about with Athena? Visitor's room. She was right by my side only a few short hours ago. I feel like I haven't seen her in ages. Oh, Mr. Wright. And Pearly, too. I knew you would come. After all, the first step is interview with the defendant. And because you're my friend, and I was worried about you. Thanks, boss. I'm not the only one who's worried either. Really? Who else? I saw Ms. Woods today. She was so beside herself she came to find me. She told me you used to live in the Cosmos Space Center. No wonder you so much about the place. Oh, so you know, huh? I'm sorry I didn't tell you. That's alright, but there's some other things I'd like to ask you. Sure, you can ask me anything. I promise I won't keep any more secrets from you. Tell me about the day Clay was murdered. I was actually at the Space Center that day. In the Space Museum. Right where the culprit fled to? That's not good. I never could fully deal with what happened 7 years ago. But when I saw the center again during the news coverage of the Hat 2 launch, I thought maybe if I went there, things would be different this time. That must have taken a lot of courage to face your past like that. How does Athena know about Pearly? So I went to the Space Museum the evening before the explosions. This was before the launch pads had been switched. There was a sign that said, closed for repairs, and they weren't letting anybody in. Yeah, the director wouldn't very well switch the pads if there were people in there. But I snuck in anyway. Did you want to see the Hat 1 group photo? The one with your mother in it. I did. But what I really wanted to see was her jacket. Oh. So it is the jacket belonging to the person who got murdered that day, that being Matisse. That jacket on display, that was Dr. Sykes's? But I should have known it wouldn't be easy to get over such a traumatic experience. The second I saw that jacket, it all came rushing back to me. Everything around me went hazy, and I couldn't see. I tried to get out of there somehow, but I guess I passed out. Nobody blames you. When I came to, I was in the passage behind the rocket. I was in the shadows, where people couldn't really see me. Maybe you got confused and went the wrong way when you were trying to leave. How long do you think you were unconscious, Athena? I was out until about noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into boarding lounge too. My mind must have still been fuzzy because my memory's vague after that. I don't remember how I got home. No memory, huh? This is gonna be tough. Which means, what if I'm the one who killed Clay? I think that's enough of that, Athena. Let's talk about something else. So, during the entire incident, she was unconscious in the Space Museum. Of course I believe her. But will anybody else? What kind of research was Dr. Sykes, your mother, doing? Machines that could tell people's emotions by the tone of their voice, and my special ability. Someday, when people travel to distant planets, their companions will be robots. So she said they had to be able to understand how their human companions felt. How optimistic. Wow, robots that can understand people? Oh, it's just a convenient subject for her research. All she ever did was work, and she never paid any attention to me. Oh, sorry about that. Dredging up all that old stuff. Alright, I'm looking forward to the one piece of evidence that's gonna show that Dr. Sykes did care for her daughter. At least that's what I anticipate. If that isn't the case, I'm gonna be sad. No need to apologize. I guess her home life was complicated. Oh, by the way, Ms. Wood said something about you always wearing headphones? Uh-huh. She kind of looks like that robot lady from that one Kirby game. I don't remember at all. I never played Robobot. Was it Robobot? I think it's Robobot. I had to wear them every time I went out. Oh, I hated them so much, but she wouldn't listen. What were they for? Oh, she gave me some kind of explanation, but I don't remember now. It was too difficult for a little kid to understand. Okay, but let me say this one thing. I don't think your mother only thought of you as some handy subject for her research. I want to believe that. But just about the only things my mother left me with are Widget. And this earring. Oh, would you look at that. Every single time she's deep in thought, she fidgets with that earring. Just like those three friends in Case 3. Susie? Yeah. When I saw Babby Athena with those headphones, that made me think of Susie. Ooh, it's beautiful! It's made of a piece of real moon rock she may have had for research. Maybe she did love me, in her own way. I'm sure of it. I'm really sure she did, because that's what I want to believe too. Ooh, moonrock earring, okay. Can't wait to present that in court. Better ask a little more about her mother's research. Should show her that paper I found in the robotics lab. Let me see. Oh, the Pumco series. You must have gone to the robotics lab. You seem to really love Ponko and Klonko. Yep, my mother made them and I grew up around them, you know? Oh, there's one of those cute little robots in this photo, too. See Poco's bandages? I put those on her. I just wound them around and around. A pretty bad job, huh? But I really put my all into it. I hardly left the center in those days, so I didn't have any human friends besides Junie. I didn't really understand the difference between robots and people back then. I thought that if a robot broke, bandaging it would help it get better. What a weirdo I was. It looks like there's something written on the bandages. Yeah, I wrote stuff like, "Get well soon, Ponko." But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. Oh, that must be the thing that I made move in the robotics lab. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. Insert Five Nights at Freddy's reference here. It looked just like magic to me what she could do. A little girl who grew up around robots. She seems to have some good memories of it. On a different subject, did you hear about the person holding up the Space Center? Yes, a little. And this person has even taken hostages? I guess I'd better spare the news about Trucy. Well, after some negotiating, we agreed to do a retrial of the case from 7 years ago. What? You're kidding me! So that means Prosecutor Blackwell might... Yep. I know he's innocent. I just have to prove it. So, wait. Did you know him back then? Yes. He used to come visit my mom a lot. He studied psychology under her, and would sometimes ask for advice on his legal cases. He was very kind and considerate, and straight as an arrow. Unlike now, where he's more twisted than a basket of snakes. That's why I took the witness stand during his trial 7 years ago. And it did not go well at all. Please, you have to listen to me. Oh, those faces draped in shadow are just so freaky, and yet probably indicative of what a child sees when in such a high-stress situation. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. I was a fool. How could anybody else know what I was talking about? She heard the voice of his heart. You're only 11 then, right? You were very brave just to give the testimony. Speaking of age, how long has it been? So she's 17 now. I don't care what the numbers say. She's still little Pearly, this tiny little bean. It's so interesting to see kid characters grow up. Like when you see a kid character who has hung out with like the protagonists and been through all of these dangerous situations, and then you see them grown up and how the influence of the people they hung around has shaped their personality. Man, it even hits harder for me because I played Ace Attorney 1 through 4, so I know Pearl as little Babby, and it's been like what? Like at least like a decade, even more, since I played those games. So I never knew what Pearl was like after this. So it really feels like I feel like what Phoenix has gone through, that he hasn't seen Pearl in very, very, very long. So wild stuff. Pearls is right. You did the very best you could at the time, but nothing I said did any good. I was shaking and scared little girl, small and ineffectual. Even after I went to live with my relatives in Europe, I stayed closed up in my shell. But you're different now. You're always so bright and cheerful. Thanks. That's because one day, I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. Oh, okay. So we're just gonna go ahead and play roulette with which prompt gets changed. I wanted to save Simon, but I had no idea how. Then I met Mr. Wright, and thanks to him, I realized that if I became a lawyer, I could prove that Simon was innocent. I also realized that psychology could help me do this. I mean, psychology was my mother's specialty. When I studied it, I felt like she was there with me, supporting me. It doesn't seem like Athena knows that Prosecutor Blackwell is due to be executed tomorrow. I wanted to prove Simon's innocence personally. I wanted to do it so bad. Even now I want to fly out of here and go save him. So is that why Aura framed Athena? So that to avoid his, well... No, I'm kind of mixing up a couple of things. Come to think of it, she said something like that during the Themis Legal Academy trial. She mentioned there was somebody she wanted to save. She must have been talking about Prosecutor Blackwell. I heard some prison guards say that you had an interview with Simon. How was he? What did he say? No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? He was doing well. He was happy about the possibility of being proven innocent. He was? I wonder if he smiled like he used to back then. If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I just have to free him. Failure is not an option here. I see. Oh dear. Ah, I thought you might be here. Mr. Lawyer, we're in trouble. We are? What is it? I couldn't find a single open courtroom. They're all in session. Oh no, but this is an emergency. It's very difficult to interrupt a trial once it's underway. The Steel Samurai theme. Gotta love it. I'm sure it reminds him of Maya. My phone is from Trucy. I told you I'd give you 1 hour. I guess it's time to pick one of the hostages. No, wait, we still have a little more time. Besides, all of the courtrooms are being used right now. Make all the excuses you want, but you won't get more time. Your daughter is first. The poor thing. She's a little too young to die, don't you think? No, don't you dare hurt her. There has to be something I can do. The cruelest injustice is about to be flawless. No, this can't be happening. Mystic Maya, help us. Wait a minute. Maya? Holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom? The exploding courtroom. Use courtroom number 4. A courtroom blew up. That's it. There is a courtroom we can use after all. Okay, time's up. Too bad. Any last words you'd like to say to her? Aura, please don't add to the crimes you've already committed. So you know who I am, do you? It wasn't like I was trying to keep it a secret anyway. We're ready to start the trial. How poetic. We can hold it in the ruins of courtroom number 4, the one blown up by the bomber. Oh, what a wonderful idea, Mr. Nick.
I never would have thought of that. An astonishing trial in an astonishing location. I guess it's only befitting I'll go get the place ready right away.
I didn't exactly pick the place for its astonishing factor. How about it? Are you ready to have your brother's innocence proven? My brother? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention? It's not Simon you'll be defending. What? Not Prosecutor Blackwell? I indict Athena Sykes on the charge of murdering her own mother. Okay. When I said that's why Aura framed Athena, I thought she wanted to frame Athena for both cases of murder. I didn't think I was actually onto something there. You'll be defending the little princess there, the one behind the glass. What? See you in that mountain of rubble you've chosen for our courtroom, Mr. Wright. What is she talking about? Athena? Of course. Why didn't it ever occur to me before? If Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent, somebody else had to have been the true culprit. Did I kill my own mother? No. Oh. Yep. Black Cyclops. That usually happens when someone has the biggest secret and you are just not meant to break those. Mr. Nick, what's the matter? I see 5 black Cyclops. I've seen these kind of locks before. Dark, black locks protecting a secret hidden deep inside a person's heart. And there's no way to remove them. And that's who you're going to be defending in court tomorrow. Good luck! To be continued. Good lord. The personal stakes are through the roof. These writers did not lose their groove for a single second. Trial 1, day 1, safety save. Damn. They are just setting things up perfectly, using things from previous in the game, previous in the series. And, yeah, we're going to be going to court next time. You're very welcome to the stream. Glad you had fun. Lorf, and thank you if you watch this stream as a VOD, so you know what to do. Like, subscribe, comment, ring the bell, join the Discord, it is in the description. It'll let you know when the next stream comes up. And next time, we'll reconvene on Monday, and we'll go to court to defend Athena from some very, very morbid accusations. I am invested. I hope you all are too. Until then, game out.